Interesting. I mean, there's a lot to this law. There's a lot more than, you're likely to hear about on the media in terms of the factors that weigh into the judicial decision. That being said, generally these right-wing judges, they just they'll bend the law, they'll bend the precedent, they'll bend their statements about how they their legal theories will not be consistent, because what's consistent is finding in favor of the the right-wing side of the case. That's the biggest consistency. It doesn't always happen. It doesn't always happen like that. Is this a back and forth between Clarence Thomas and Jason Murphy? Oh my god. So it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, that the justices are not looking too keen on the... Okay, let's see.
In the context of these sort of local elections, as opposed to focusing on the presidency.
Well, 2 points on that, Justice Jackson. First is that, as I discussed earlier, there isn't the same history of states regulating ballot access at this time. So ballot access rules to restrict presidential candidates wouldn't have existed. They wouldn't have been raised one way or another.
Right, but I'm not making a distinction between ballot access and anything else.
Understood, but the more broad point I want to make is that what is very clear from the history is that the framers were concerned about charismatic rebels who might rise through the ranks up to and including the presidency of the United States.
But then why didn't they put the word president in the very enumerated list in Section 3?
Oh no, that's bad. So this is Justice Kochinski Brown Jackson. Now I don't know where people place her as far as the liberal conservative spectrum of the court. But she's a Biden appointee, and if she's asking, what she's asking, right? What she's talking about is the idea of, does the 14th Amendment apply to the president, right? It says officer. And that includes Congress, Senate, whatever. That includes a lot of offices. There was some question in the lower court ruling, right? So there was a lower court ruling, and then there was a higher court ruling. And the lower court ruling was like, no, you can't take him off the ballot because the president is not an officer. That's what Justice Jackson is talking about, right? That's I mean, it sounds like to me, she doesn't want to touch this. And she's one of the, further left justices on the court right now. So
that really is troubling to me. Is I totally understand your argument, but they were listing people that were barred, and president is not there. And so I guess that just makes me worry that maybe they weren't focusing on the president. And, for example, the fact that electors of vice president and president are there suggests that really what they thought was, if we're worried about the charismatic person, we're going to bar insurrectionist electors, and therefore that person is never going to rise.
This came up in the debates.
That's a weird argument. That's a weird argument. She's saying that the idea of the law specifically doesn't say president because they feel like they've got enough safety by barring somebody who's a charismatic rebel, right? That's, so this is like Civil War, post-Civil War language, right? A charismatic rebel, they're thinking of it in the context of the Confederacy, but it's, obviously written to apply to more than just, to insurrection, to any future insurrection as well. But, so what she's saying is that the charismatic rebel cannot run for Congress, cannot run for Senate, cannot run for dog catcher, and therefore will never become president. Donald Trump, may I remind you, never ran for Congress, never ran for Senate, never ran for governor, never ran for dog catcher. He'd be the worst dog catcher out there. He'd somehow make dog catcher like corrupt. Like the dogs would be like paying him off to not get caught or something. I don't know. It would be a bad idea to give him that job, but yeah, no, he hasn't had that job. He hasn't had any office, right? What the hell does this have to do with Trump?
Congress over Section 3, where Reverdy Johnson said, why haven't you included president and vice president in the language? And Senator Morrill responds, we have. Look at the language, any office under the United States.
Yes, but doesn't that at least suggest ambiguity. And this sort of ties in
You just-
Justice Kavanaugh's point.
She just wants to wash her hands of
In
this.
other words, we had a person right there at the time saying what I'm saying. The language here doesn't seem to include president. Why is that? And so if there's an ambiguity, why would we construe it to, as Justice Kavanaugh pointed out, against democracy?
Well, Reverdy Johnson came back and agreed with that reading. Any office is clear. The Constitution says about 20 times.
No,
that the
I'm not going to that.
president
So let me just say, so your point is that that there's no ambiguity with having a list and not having president in it, with having a history that suggests that they were really focused on local concerns in the South, with this.
That's not good. That's really not good. It does not look good for this. I don't think that Trump is going to be taken off using the 14th Amendment. That's my call. You heard it here first, though. You probably heard it other places as well. Yeah, it doesn't bode well for this Colorado case. Oh my God, chat. Where are we? We're right about 1 hour and 30 minutes. I want to try doing this where I try to hit the main story at 1 hour and 30 minutes. I feel like everybody who's coming in here for the story should be here already. If you're not and you come in late, I am so sorry. But I'm trying to make sure that the biggest amount of people can see the story that is on the thumbnail, the main story of the day. So we're gonna move on from here to Vaush and to the horse. But first we're gonna look at my thread again. I gotta see if anybody put out any oh yes! Look at that. Look at that, that's awesome. And I gotta like these too. I feel like we should be ready to go. I need to be ready to go. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you what happened on Vaush's stream the other day. Wait, maybe. Oh no, I'm gonna show you my folders. Wait, can you see these? Oh, you can't. Wow, isn't this wild, chat? So I did the thing that Vaush did. I opened up a tab that's got... Wait, I can't even see. Can you see the Void Coffee and the Hassan reacts to Dylan and... I don't have anything interesting or sexy in my folders. Can you see that? We can't see it. Yeah, it's not showing. Yeah, so for some reason, I'm not vulnerable to the same kind of, I would have showed you my folders, right? That sounds pretty personal now. You want to see my folders? God, that sounds bad. It's just a pink screen, that's right. That's to show you that I'm innocent, I guess. I don't have any folders on my... everything's on my desktop, chat. That's how I roll. That's how I am innocent. Anyway, I just gotta figure out how to do this. I wasn't expecting the format that I got. very exciting. I'm sorry. Okay, so let me take off the music and show you exactly what happened the other day. I think this was like 2 days ago. From what I know, the VOD got taken down, and it's with the most basic precautions. Folder view and pop-up dialogues are not visible. Well, yeah, that shows you maybe somebody. Wait, Yosiel had the theory that maybe Vaush did this on purpose, as if to the horse is a euphemism. Unfortunately, not. Unfortunately, we're talking about horses here. We're talking about some material in a very private folder of Vaush's that includes horses. And this was always like a joke. I mean, you may have heard Vaush fans joking about this, right? It's kind of not a joke. I mean, this is part of, if you've been around for long enough to know the whole sexual harassment arc on Destiny's Discord, you'll know that part of the sexual harassment Vaush did was you know, not when somebody that he was trying to talk about, you know, was trying to, like, I don't know, was trying to have a graphic conversation with, said, "I'm uncomfortable with this. I don't want to talk about this," right? Vaush's response to that was like, what about like to talk about like explicit things of an equine nature, a horse explicit, right? He just you're like, you're not okay with the, you know, segs, maybe you will be okay with horses, right? So it's kind of not a joke, and it's been clear that it's not a joke for a while here. Let me just see. Sorry, chat. Like, I have to, when I have to play media rather than something off of YouTube or a browser, I have to set it up in a very specific way. So no, not image. I'm just not as used to dealing with media sources, which is what I'm gonna have to do. Okay, I hope this works. Because I like I said, this is not usually the way that I like to deal with media, but I'm scared now. I'm like legitimately scared. Let's give it a try.
You see, this is
I
an
don't
example
know.
of the
Oh,
kind
no,
of
here it
structure
is.
that I'm referring to.
No, you can't hear it.
FBI, open up!
I mean, you saw it, but you can't hear it. Yeah, this is why I don't like to deal with Okay. Did you hear it? Could you hear it? Yeah, okay, so you could hear it. You could hear it. Okay. Okay, that's what's important. For some reason, it just wasn't... Yeah, media source is not on my... I am so sorry, chat. Like, I'm usually not this much of a boomer when it comes to tech, but yeah, this is my one weakness is that like I don't use this feature in OBS like at all ever. Mainly for this reason. I don't know how to do it, how to make it play again. There we go. I should be able to hear it. Oh, now it's mute output. Monitor and output is what I need. Okay. Let's try this one more time. I think the funny thing is it actually worked for you. It just didn't, like, I couldn't hear it, so I'm like, did you hear it? Is it working for you? Were you able to see this? Let's try it one more time.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
I can tell that it's playing though. Check your DMs. Okay. Well, wait, no. I just need to know. You could hear it, right? You got everything you needed out of that, right? You heard it the first time. You didn't hear it the second or the third time. You heard. Okay, that's all that's important because I've heard it already, right? I know what's in that clip. And I just I felt bad because I thought you weren't seeing it, but I think we're good. If you heard it, if you saw it, you didn't hear it the second time. I will trust you, and we'll go on to see what Vaush's explanation for that was. The folder was named Vaush's home videos? Was it really? Well, I mean, okay, so just so that I can see it too, I guess, again, chat, sorry about the hiccups. This is just... Okay, once more.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Yeah, because Sarah put a lot of work into this, and I didn't want to miss out on it. But that's what this is. That's what happened. That happened live, and like Sarah said, the way that he reacted did not seem like it was a setup. Did not seem like he did it on purpose. It does seem like a very hard thing to do because, like I showed you, just then I had a save dialogue window open, and you didn't see anything at all from my end, right? So I must have just some default settings on that prevent that from being streamed, but apparently maybe Vaush had it set up so people could, he wanted to show some people something in the folders. I don't know, chat. I'm a little confused, but we'll work it out nonetheless. Let's get to what his response was today. Actually, you know what's funny is we could probably just watch his chat, and I'm sure they're like talking about this. Actually, they don't seem to be talking about it. I don't see anybody in the chat talking about it. No, have you leaked your blank folder? There's somebody with a taxes folder. Okay, so yeah, they are talking about it. You hate on AI, yet you have AI corn saved. Pepe and SFW. Horse corn isn't art. It's a way of life, okay? And you can see the seriousness with which his chat is treating this. Okay, so I want you to notice something. Or
Fuck it.
earlier I said that Vaush was in his hype beast arc. This is what I mean by this, right? It's just like, wait, can we find this? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to find this like in the background. Let me put him on, but
I hate belts.
somebody else has a very similar jacket to that.
Fitted to my goddamn skinnier body. I've lost like 15 or 20 pounds or whatever since I got these jeans. So now they're too goddamn loose on me. Yeah, you're going to need it for the next OKBV. It's going to be awful. Actually, I saw a drawn comic of OKBV of me transforming into a horse, and I have to say, it was one of the funniest shit I've ever seen in my goddamn life. That was a fucking Pickle Rick classic right there. I can't wait to go over that one. Might actually make me do OKBV sooner than 8 months after the previous one. That last panel went hard. Yeah, no kidding.
Well, folks, I just got back from the theaters seeing Barbie.
You're uncomfortable when you sit down sometimes?
Okay, so it's a little different.
Yeah.
A little different than I remember, but this is what Ben Shapiro's
It varies.
team dresses him in.
Cenk got mentioned during oral arguments at Supreme Court. The Colorado Secretary of State said that it's inconsistent if states have the authority to remove people on the basis of natural birth, but not on the basis.
We do have a jean jacket here.
How fucking funny would it be
Magical
if,
vision of Barbie?
in spite of all the memes, Cenk actually ended up getting grounded in Supreme Court precedent, and ends up like reversing the like natural birth requirement.
It's a little different.
Presidency. How fucking funny would it be if that actually worked? God, that would be good. He deserves it. They also said the term
Joining me on the line.
Well, that is true.
This is just a shirt.
You know.
I swear to God, I've seen Ben Shapiro in a jacket like this before. Maybe I'm wrong.
Describing a thing that happened. I think it's a dumb rule anyway, IMO. I agree.
Okay, so they're talking about the Supreme Court ruling.
They have this arbitrary distinction where it's like, no, actually, you needed to have been born here. That seems like totally inconsistent. I don't think that would even hold up under. We will tell it.
Talking about Cenk Uygur. If you don't know, Cenk Uygur was mentioned in oral arguments before the Supreme Court in terms of talking about the eligibility, because that's what we're talking about here, right? What's being questioned is Trump's eligibility. So in the same way as Brett Cooper might be too young to run for president, if she were to try to get on the ballot, she might be rejected because she's too young. She doesn't have the qualifications. Cenk would be, rejected because of his birth, right? Another qualification issue, that having participated in an insurrection would be a qualification issue for Donald Trump. So that's why Cenk got brought up here.
Official music video. Okay. It comes a slumming? Yeah, okay. So back in the days, I guess this is still a thing to an extent, but back in the days of like the 1920s or 30s, back when we still lived in the Jim Crow era, Harlem was...
Don't want to hear Vaush talk about Harlem. We're here for a very specific purpose.
It was literally like across the United States and show them to audiences of 40 or 50 people, and they got like a white person. You know how men, when they go to the beach, just start digging holes in the sand? I feel like biology directs
I feel like somebody's digging a hole.
us. Walk around on the ground and neck. Okay, but like colloquially. How could you not tell it was really bad? Did you just download as a tiny thumbnail? Well, I have no.
Here we go.
Sorry, I don't have your skill for immediately determining that. Papusa. Cats are rustling. Where'd you get this shirt? Thrift shop. J. Crew, Nick. Yeah, it's so fucking grim, Fresh Papusa.
Okay, so this is where it starts regardless. Here we go. So he does like he hasn't answered shit on Twitter, and there are a lot of people, you know, that are using that as sort of a as like a red flag, or as a you know, signal that he has no excuse for what's going on. He does, however, get into it in his stream, right? We're like 41 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, 10 minutes into the actual segment of Vaush talking on stream. And I'm glad to see that he leaves his music on longer than I do. That makes me feel good. But that's when he starts talking about it in chat. He kind of goes on. He talks about this for a little while.
How could you not tell it was really bad? Did you just download as a tiny thumbnail? Well, I have no. I'm sorry, I don't have your skill for immediately determining that.
Okay, everybody, get your popcorn out. 4050 is what Natalie Marie says. Wait, he starts talking about it earlier? 4050? Oh my god. No, 4050, not 41. Let's see. Let's go back to 4050 and play.
Have you deleted the AI horse images? Yeah, of course. I can't believe people like fucking clock that as AI so quick. I guess I don't have as good of an eye for it as other people. That's happened on stream before, though, where I'd pull up like fashion photos and people are like, oh, that's AI. I don't know. Maybe I have AI autism. Maybe maybe the reason I hate AI so much is because I know I'd be the most susceptible to it. You know what I mean?
Look at this deflection, right? He's talking about AI. Like as if that was the like now there is an accusation there, right? Because I think he's you know, come out against AI art. So I guess it would be weird if he used AI art in his sessions. If that was part of his you know, Goon Cave regiment. Do you think this is the most disturbing thing about this, right? Is that the existence of this stuff in the last folder that Vaush had open, the last folder that Vaush saved something to, it kind of implies that this is his spank computer. That the computer that you're watching him on stream on is also the spank computer. And like, that is both like dangerous in a, what was that guy's name? Tube. Oh my god, what was his name? The guy that spanked it on Zoom. Does it Tubin? Yeah, like a Tubin sort of incident where, you know, you think that you're off stream, but you're not really off stream, and you know, you're doing something that you would normally do in private in front of an audience, right? There's that possibility. And then there's also, you know, there's a lot of reasons that like most people, you know, wouldn't do that. We've also talked about like the fact that like, you know, saving, you know, anything to your phone in like this day and age is a little bit weird, right? I mean, like, I guess if you're really into something, you might save it, you know, in case it gets taken down. But most of the stuff you find on the internet, you sort of count on is going to exist on the internet, and there wouldn't be a reason to do that. There's a lot that's kind of weird about this.
Like 10 years in the future, I'm falling in love with a clearly deep fake, you know, like girl online that I meet or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, just I'm the most vulnerable to deep fake phishing scams.
Wait,
Cats are rustling.
I didn't cover this, but there was a deepfake phishing scam recently where $25 million were transferred based on deepfakes that were shown in a Zoom meeting. In other words, somebody had deepfakes of, you know, company officials telling this employee to transfer these $25 million. And they were convinced. They were a little bit sus about it at first. So why do you want me to transfer $25 million? But then they have the meeting on Zoom, and it's like the company and officials, and they're like, yes, we need to transfer that $25 million immediately, and the employee's like, okay, done and done. And it was a deep fake. It was a bunch of deep fakes. It was deep fakes of everyone who runs the company, apparently, or some of the leadership at the very least.
Where'd you get this shirt? Thrift shop.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Hey, Nick.
You gotta pop that popcorn. Yes.
Yeah, it's so fucking grim. Fresh pupusa.
Oh yeah. Like Spectacular Snyderman says, on your phone. Yeah, makes sense if you're gonna save something. Yeah, the difference Schmegley is pointing out is that Tubin did not spend like 30 minutes or an hour or however long this is going to be. I think it's like 40 minutes talking about it on stream the next day, right? Tubin was just like, that was a mistake, did not intend to do that, and moved on. And I think he's back doing something. Did Tubin get another job?
Hell, it was really bad. Did you just
Atriac? Oh wait, no, Atriac was the person with the deepfakes, right? Is that who that is? I was having trouble remembering, but yeah, now I sort of remember the Atriac scandal, deepfakes of even like people that Atriac like works with, like collaborates with, streams with, right? It was really bad.
I have no. I'm sorry, I don't have your skill for immediately determining that. How can y'all tell from the tiny thumbnail? Yeah, they fucking like backtraced it. They like calculated the goddamn. Yeah, I know that AI image. Fucking stable diffusion created on 2023, the 3rd of August. Like, whoa, Jesus, fuck, Mr. Medicare is among many people shit talking you about that little incident. Oh, dude, that's fucking crazy.
Darkside Phil was also caught wanking it on stream. Can somebody explain Darkside Phil to me, like in a way that's not Trousers of Satan? In a way that's not TOS, right? Darkside Phil is like somebody that streams games and is known for like, yelling at chat for insufficient subs and donations or something like that. And yeah, apparently accidentally streamed himself engaged in a solo act, let's just say, kind of a solo. One of his chatters said it was Lolicorn in that folder. Yeah, so I mean, I guess we can try to get into that. That's a discourse, no pun intended, or actually totally pun intended, because I already made the pun, and Zero already made the pun. You've all already made the pun. Discourse, ha ha ha. But that's what's being discussed on Twitter right now, and people that know about the character that was in the folder are saying that this character is a VTuber who is a VTuber from Japan who is in fact underage. Then there's like another image in the folder that like there's a question of like the artist and the tags and all. Like I said, it gets really complicated and I don't 100% understand. Even AIU made fun of Vaush for this. Yeah, I mean, like I said, everybody's on the internet making fun of him right now.
Nazis dislike me.
He's trying to take control of the narrative.
Is new to me. Devastating too, because I had tried so hard to appeal to them in the past.
Okay, I hate to have to say this, but you literally said the N-word to try to impress them. You're not appealing to them like agreeing with them. You're not appealing to them with the 14 words, but you wanted to show them that you are not a cuck. And that you can say the N-word with the best of them, like, right? You literally did that to like what, as a power move? Like, I mean, he looks nervous. I mean, yeah, makes sense.
Fucking Pole's been fixated on it for like 2
Sorry, like I said, chat, I'm gonna try to go
extremely funny.
I'm gonna try to go light on the commentary, heavy on the exposition. But yeah, when he spouts bullshit like that, I gotta chime in.
There's no getting around the comedy of the element. I saw the one of the artists who was heavily featured in the images that showed in the preview window was Lewdpoi, who saw the clip of me opening it and posted the images that were of theirs in it. And yeah, they're a good artist. Very funny. No joke, a Twitter account named HitlerCunny1488 sourced all the images and said one of them was Lolly. I feel like that's probably the character of the engagement that I'll see. Okay, I'm not kidding. Okay, so the images that were in the folder. First of all, the funniest things there by far, to be clear, is
Yeah, whoever said he seems nervous, you're right. This is how it's gonna go. This is how it's gonna go. He's gonna cherry pick and there are, like I said, there are Nazis. There are fans of Lolita, art that are talking shit about him right now, right? But there are also people that are none of those things, and what he's gonna try to do is smear it. So it's like, oh, because Nazis are talking about this shit, if you are talking about this stuff, if you are sketched out by this stuff, then you must be one of those Nazis. That's where he's gonna go with this. He's just gonna call everybody Nazis. This is so Vaush, I expected more of you. I expected a master of rhetoric, a master of debate. I expected a little bit more than just like calling like everybody Nazis. But that's where he's gonna go with this. It's over the top, arrogant bravado while being so insecure. He gets peer pressured into slurs. Yeah. I mean that is not strength, that is weakness.
that I think two of the images that showed were literally just non-pornographic, like canon images of Raru from
Zelda? Is that Raru? The goat dude?
Tears of the Kingdom, like just standing there. So that was funny. That it wasn't even the porn of him. It was just him standing there, which he's beautiful, so that fits. And then, again, embarrassing with the AI. I know next time this happens, I'll make sure that it's like real drawings of horse dick and not AI. I apologize, I assume they were pornographic. No. Those were like Nintendo produced canon images of Raru. I'm pretty sure. Like that was just Raru. You know what I mean? Or maybe.
So the folder was like an unsorted folder, right? The idea, there was a lot in there. Like I said, there's taxes in there. There's different folders for corn images of corn, and then there's a bunch of files like just like floating free, and that's where the Raru pictures and the pictures of the underage VTuber, if that's what that was, and the pictures of the horses rendered with AI. That's where all that was.
They were fan drawings, but they were totally.
Yeah, the folder was marked XXX GIFs. Yeah, what was it, like XXX GIFs, XXX videos, and then there was one other XXX thing. Is his social security number linked? I didn't think about that, but yeah, the top of his driver's license was visible. So, if that's on, like, what would it be with him? If that's in his state, if his state license has the social security number on there, on the top, I guess it would have been invisible. No, not horse. Well, wait. Horses with human faces. I think there was like maybe one or two like anthropomorphic horses, right? None of his information was readable. Good. But yeah, there might have been some anthropomorphic horses, but there were also like AI images of just horses, and their anatomy very excited and visible.
Model. So yeah, I guess that's pretty funny. Raru is porn though. It might as well be. He's aggressively hot, Keep hearing the cats fucking around back there. Jesus. What about the sussy other drawing of the two girls? Okay. So there are two. So first of all, I think it's incredibly funny that everyone's immediately like glazing over the horse thing because everyone knew already. I find that very funny. No notes. Anyone who's upset about that, it's called moral consistency. You should try it sometime. Why don't you just show us? Yeah. I'm sure you'd love that to sort of glean my
It's called moral consistency, goddammit. Looking at Beastio Corn is how you know he's morally consistent. What does he mean? Can anybody steel man that for me? What does this mean? Like, what is he saying? How morally consistent? You know by his corn folder that he's morally consistent. And I know by what my mods are saying that the top of the hour, bottom of the hour, middle of the hour ad break is at hand once again. That's right. That's means that if you're watching me on Twitch and you don't have a little face next to your name, you have about 3 minutes to fix that, right? You can fix that in several ways. You can do it. There's one way that's for free. That's the one I always like to mention first, which is using a Prime sub. These will not be there forever. The rules are going to change around them, right? So use it while you can. It gives you an ad-free viewing experience of me at no cost to yourself. It puts money in my pocket. It supports the stream, which is hugely important if you want me to bring you these crucial stories. Like, look, I did this. You know, this is breaking news for you today, chat. You can also pay for one if you have $5. If $5 does not do deer to you, you can deer. Now I'm talking about deers. Oh my God, chat. I'm like talking about all kinds of animals here. If it's not too dear to you, $5 will get you out of the ad break just the same. $6 on mobile. Or if you are very lucky, you might just benefit from somebody else's generosity. That can happen, that does happen, and it's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
Good taste. No. Okay, so anyway, there were 2 images there that people are saying are sus.
I think what Vaush means is that the horses were Houthis, so it's yeah, that makes sense. It's morally consistent then.
See, right? Okay, well, I can't show them, obviously, okay? Now, one of them, I swear to God, and you can, I'm sure there are people posting it, one of them literally is just a hentai drawing of a chick sucking a big cock, okay? Normal, like, I even looked at it, like, analyzing it for sussiness, okay? And the woman's torso, like, relative to the size of the guy, they both have adult proportions. Apparently, it's fan art of,
This is connecting to, like, a very famous Vaush clip, right? And it's a clip of him saying, "Who among us has not gotten done with a marathon FAP session only to find that some of the art looked incredibly young," right? This is like, he's like, yeah, no, I checked it. It wasn't that. I think some of it was, from what I've heard.
So I looked up the VTuber.
From what Twitter is telling me.
And the VTuber model looks nothing like the drone. So this would, like, as like implications go.
So this is the VTuber that from what I've heard, is a real, you know, the person who behind the VTuber is a 16-year-old in Japan. Again, this is all allegedly. I'm getting this from Twitter. You know, it's very early on. It's breaking news, chat. Look, if I tell you it's a JDAM, are you gonna believe that it's a JDAM? Probably not, because I don't know what JDAMs are. But I'm just telling you what it looks like. I'm just telling you what I've heard, what we know now, what it looks like now. Yeah, this is what's sketch about it, is that the VTuber in question, right? Which VTubers, if you don't know, how do I explain VTubers? Most of you probably know what a VTuber is, but for those of you who don't know VTubers, a VTuber is a sometimes 3-dimensional, sometimes 2-dimensional model, like an animated model, an animated character that responds to the movement of your face, your head, your eyes, sometimes your hands too, right? So you're like puppeting it. It's like a digital image. It's like a computer, you know, digital sort of anime girl usually is like what VTubers tend to be. And it is, it responds to what you do, and people voice them, right? So people get this is big business, okay? Especially in Japan, people get signed by agencies, by talent agencies. Hollow Live, I guess, is one of these talent agencies. There's a whole bunch of them out there, but they get signed for a period of time, and they get support. They get publicity. They get you know, essentially advertising, right, to do this you know, kind of stuff, right? And so like what are with Iron Mouse, I guess, is a famous VTuber. Aristocracy, if you remember, this is going a ways back, but the apartheid anime girl is called apartheid anime girl because she was doing a VTuber. She wasn't like her own face, much like other people in that politics Discord, that sussy right-wing politics Discord, right? She, you know, the purveyor himself does not show his face. He shows a animated frog, right? And Eris would show like an animated anime girl that responded to her movement. So that's what a VTuber is. I actually have a one myself. If you look at some of the old videos, just as a joke, since when I went away from the blue hair look, I got a VTuber that was like me with blue hair. So for the people that were huge blue hair fans, they could still, you know, they could still have that, right? And it's actually a lot of fun. But
this would be like,
this is a classic Pickle Rick moment. Seems like Vaush can't get over the societal stigma to say why he had those images. I don't blame him, but I thought he would be the brave one. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of he is claiming the horse thing, which is a little bit wild because, like I said, it's not furry stuff. It's horses, right? There's a you could say that there is a blurry line when it comes to, like, you know, anthropomorphic furry art in that some of it is more like humanoid and some of it is more, you know, looks more like animal, you know, on the you're right, it's anthropomorphic, so human and animal, you know, it's generally what furry art is, right? And but I mean, this isn't that. This isn't a furry art image. This isn't a furry AI image. This is a picture of a horse.
Saving an image that looks like it's like actually high school DxD fan art or something, and then it's like, oh well, it's high school DxD, and then you look at what the girls look like in high school DxD. Wait, am I thinking high school DxD or High School of the Dead? I think I'm thinking of High School of the Dead.
He is nervous.
Where's the one where they fire the sniper rifle shot through the titties?
Okay, if he shows that, I'm gonna have to. We can't watch that.
Is that of the Dead? Where's the GIF?
I don't know how he thinks he's getting away with this on YouTube, but we definitely can't show it on Twitch.
Here we go.
Here we don't go. I'm gonna give that 30 seconds. Are we good? Yeah, it's, when you said something bouncing off the titties, I'm like...
Another image in there that people are saying are sussy, and the reason they're saying it's sussy is like, they're saying like, on an image site, it's tagged as lolly, and I looked over it, and I think... Yeah, I can see people coming to that conclusion. It's not like it's being done in good faith, because people who hate me will see me holding hands with like a 30-year-old woman and call me a pedophile for it. So there's not like, it's not like there's a fair engagement here. I guess to me it came across as like cartoony or whatever. But yeah, I could see that. If I disliked a person a lot and I wanted to make a point,
it came through as cartoony. That is like what that kind of image is. That's what that kind of art is.
Point about them, and I saw that image, I guess I could make that argument, sure. I guess it's more along the lines of like, all of this has happened before, right? Because way back, like years ago, there's even a video of it on my second channel that I assume at least some of you have watched, where I used to have a second Twitter account.
I actually didn't know that Vaush had a second channel.
Where I just like liked and retweeted porn, you know, whatever I saw, right? And there was like hundreds and thousands of images that I liked, where the recurring pattern, you know, was like, I clearly like giant meaty dicks. They're everywhere in the stuff that I like. I'm a size queen. Look, I like to feel represented in the porn that I look at, you know? And And then, like, of all of those images, like hundreds and thousands, there was one that upon closer inspection was like looking, it's like, oh wait, hold on a second, isn't that like a fucking like proportionally, isn't that like closer to lolly? But you know, you can barely see it for the giant dick hanging over all of it. So I guess the interpretation that you can come to is, and this is ultimately, this is like the real question, right? Which is, in all of the hundreds and thousands of demonstrated, extremely substantiated, I guess, instances of me being a size queen, what's more likely? That I just like huge dicks and messy blowjobs, and I just saw that and go, oh wow, good, and then I liked it? Or
what is this? This is his second tactic here, right? After listening to this, I think we are entitled to financial compensation from VGG. I'll say so, especially me. This is what made me nauseous. Vaush nostalgic with his horses. Nobody wanting to imagine. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's posted it apparently at some point. Horses almost dead if it's 30 years. If the horse is 30 years, of the 30-year-old, I get it. Vaush and George R.R. Martin, yeah, they both like. Well, I mean, like, he's trying to hide behind what, like that people are making fun of him for liking dicks. That's not the problem. That would not be a problem. I mean, for some of the, you know, for the Nazis, obviously, you know, they've got probably a homophobic opinion about that, but this is what he's trying to do. Essentially, everybody that has a problem with this, everybody that thinks this is strange, everybody that looks at myself and my fandom differently after this, well, you must be with the Nazis, because the Nazis are doing that too. It's a weird deflection.
That it's all like a secret plot to like it's like secretly, actually, I like lolicon, and that only comes out 1 in 1,000, and all the other images that I like or save or whatever else are just. I
mean, again, I don't want to, like, I don't know how many of the clips that we can actually watch here, because like some of them are like borderline trousers of Satan, but and that means TOS. But he has said before, who amongst us have not, after a long night-long marathon like FAP session, looked back upon our the videos that we watched and found something that looks like it might be an underage image.
Incidental.
And then like his partner is like, me, that's never happened to me, and his answer is like, well, you don't have a dick, so just
like smoke screen or something like that, right? Obviously, like, people who dislike me are going to say what or whatever, but I don't think it's being done in very good faith. It's definitely a secret plot. Yeah, you know, those horses told me that they were 18. I'll have you know. Anyway, it doesn't really make a difference. The weird thing is, by the way, I even saw this in YouTube chat before starting the stream. I literally saw this. No, wait. I have an even funnier one. I saw this on Twitter. Okay? I saw this on Twitter. Somebody was saying, like, now that it's been proven that you're a pedophile or like a lolicon or something, will you apologize for having been so mean to us in the past? And then in YouTube chat before stream started, there was somebody there being like, well, this just shows like the hypocrisy because he's been mean to us lolicons. It's like, wait, do any of you people care? Wait, was this whole thing just a bid for like approval? What the fuck? I'm not kidding. Genuinely, I think that for a lot of people, it's like, you know, you made like thousands and thousands of images of giant meaty cocks, and like that's basically seems to be your predominant sexual interest, to be honest, which, you know, guilty as charged. But this like one errant save or like of yours is indicative that actually
this is such a bizarre deflection. This is so bad.
You belong to us. And in a weird way, it reminds me a little bit of how racists think everyone else is racist.
I mean, that's the thing.
Right?
So yeah, he's talking about the you know, fans of the Lolita aesthetic, the Lolita art that are that are in his comments, and basically like he has said that stuff is, you know, akin to child exploitation materials. And so they're like, well, wait, if you're into this stuff that you were criticizing us for, then like, you know,
like the way that racists will think like, oh, well, everyone else thinks the way that I do. Liberals are just too afraid to bring it up. And that's the feeling that it gets me. And that's really fucking weird. In a way, it's actually a lot slimier than people in good faith being like,
isn't that literally what you, no. Isn't that literally what he was saying in that clip? Who among us has not like indulged in, you know, a FAP session that includes like materials like this, materials like the ones that he said are, you know, akin to child exploitation materials? And the answer is like, a lot of us have not had that experience. And the fact that you're just gonna, like, this is like the gamer moment thing, right? This is like when gamers come out and they're like, you know, when you're playing a game and you're just like, and you get killed or something ridiculous happens and you say the N-word, and like a lot of people are like, no, we don't know what that's like. We don't, like, that's not normal, and that doesn't need to be normalized. And that's the most dangerous thing about this stuff, right? On the serious note, because like a lot of this is, you know, silly, and the horse thing, you know, just lends itself to these kind of jokes. Obviously, animals are innocent. You know, animals cannot consent, and you know, like there's something you know, disturbing about, you know, sexualizing them that lends itself to that, you know, to normalizing that kind of abuse. But it's like the problem that I have with Vaush and with these communities, right, is that there is a real strong tendency to normalize that stuff. There's a streamer who has dealing with a scandal right now that unrelated to this, right, named Tomfoolery. And he was in he used to come in my Twitch chat, right? And then one time he was streaming on Twitch and he's in his own chat and he says something like, I approve of, or I support.
DVD super chatted $5 into say one. Hi Irene Red Heart 2.
Aw.
Fans are really legit defending him on this.
They are.
Indicates anyone who says Vaush runs a cult.
I mean, yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But okay, so yeah, this person essentially, the words that they said was that PDF corn was okay. You know, they support that. They said they support PDF corn, and they got banned from Twitch. And it's not surprising that somebody that says that would get banned from Twitch. What I was surprised by was that somebody that I was okay with as a content creator was saying something like that. And he expected me and everybody else to support him and be like, free tomfoolery. And I didn't, because I thought it was gross. And I didn't talk to him, and I distanced myself because I thought it was gross. And like, he later has an explanation. He made a video where he says, everybody knows what that means. Supporting PDF corn doesn't mean supporting like child exploitation materials. It means supporting this very specific type of thing where he was describing like actress and actresses that were of age making corn where they appeared to be not of age, right? And he said that he supported this because this could be harm reduction. So essentially, this is like, you know, the map stuff, right? That's what he was saying. And like, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't agree with that. I don't want to be associated with that. But he got so mad at me for, you know, like, I guess he thought like we were friends or something. And, you know, I'm not supporting him, that he went off on, he was one of the people that did like multiple streams on the folders thing. And when one of my mods confronted him with the fact that he, not only did he not have proof about like the allegations that he was making, that proof existed that this was not true. His response was, she called me a PDF. I didn't call him a PDF. My problem with tomfoolery, for the record, is that he normalizes that shit. My problem with Vaush, for the record, well, I mean, I don't know. Now I don't know. Like, with what's in that folder, now I wonder, like, if there's something more. But as far as what I know, like, you know, my main problem with him is he normalizes this stuff, right? He compares it to, like, you know, well, you know, it's also bad to have a computer because child labor probably goes into some of those rare earth minerals. right? What is your point there? What is your point there? What are you trying to say? He said a lot of things, right, that I'm not cool with, and I've mentioned why I'm not cool with them, and the main reason is because it normalizes shit that doesn't need to be normalized. And you don't have to make an argument that goes all the way to like saying that this guy is like, you know, doing something illegal with minors, which I've never said, and I didn't say about Tom, and I wouldn't make a claim like that without a hell of a lot of proof to it. There's a lot that people can do that's harmful in terms of normalizing this stuff. I don't want this stuff getting normalized. So anyway, that's what my one serious thing here. That's my one serious point. Like, as much as, you know, memes and the downfall of Vaush and all this shit, right? And get your popcorn and all that stuff. That's the one serious point in this, is that the normalization. And I feel like what Vaush does is normalizes this shit through jokes.
Are a bad reflection of your character, which I mean, there's no way to like prove anything. You can go look at what you want and come to determinations that you want. I can't convince anyone of anything. It's purely like a character judgment thing. For a lot of people, their character judgment of me is always going to be negative. So there's not even really a point in engaging with it. Personally, you know, I don't know. The fact that in the big like collab image that they're using to implicate me, they have to find one AI porn image congregation site that has a tag saying that it's lolly kind of weakens the argument, because the implication then is that people wouldn't be able to immediately identify that it's lolly on site. Does that make any sense? Like, you know, if there wasn't ambiguity with regards to it maybe just being a cartoonish style, wouldn't the image itself be an indication enough on its own? I don't know. Getting too in the weeds of people like that and the arguments they make feels kind of pointless. But anyway, it feels so slimy that there are people being like, aha, you know, my long-standing habit of spending 19 hours a day joiking it to lolly VTubers has been vindicated or something. It's really fucking weird. That Hitler cunning 1488 person literally said, I'd say he has good taste, but he's been too mean to us. Did they really say that? Did they really make my point that well? Is that true, or are you just making that up? DeGiro, you have a yellow name. Vaush, the tag that said lolly isn't even the same image. It's another piece by the same artist. Really? Wait, really? The image that was in the folder that I just errantly saved because I'm on Twitter with 4IQ and I see a big meaty fucking dick and I'm like, oh, nice meaty fucking dick. And I said, that one wasn't even the one that was tagged? Come on, man. I even agree looking at the image, looking past the giant meaty dick, as I so rarely do. Yeah, I agree you could make a fair argument. And if the artist is doing other lolly stuff, that's kind of an indication of their, like, I guess, broader inclinations, you know? But if it's not even for that image, Jesus. The way people self-report is wild. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's, I guess, like...
Do people usually just save random images off Twitter of that nature? I mean, I don't really understand why, right? Twitter has a bookmark system. I don't know. I'm not gonna, like, there might be a generational thing here, too, in terms of the, you know, kind of 4chan culture that maybe Vaush came from, where... having giant folders of different kinds of pictures and saving things was more normalized. I don't know what the reason is, but you know, there's a lot less like saving of files or particularly of that nature, just because like what is the calculation? Did somebody once say that like 80% of the internet is actually corn? Anybody have that stat for me? He saved, yeah, he said it was from Twitter. It would be a WEP. I mean, there's no shortage of corn, if that's what you're looking for. Also, Stevie D, thank you for the super chat. I read it out, or like it got read out, but I didn't thank you for super chat. Super chats are one of the ways that you can support me. Also super stickers, memberships, gift memberships, donations. The donation link is down in the description. subs on Twitter, gift subs, bits, all that kind of stuff. All of it helps me continue what I'm doing online, and I appreciate every bit of support. Even if it's just giving it a like, even if it's just hitting me with that like or dropping a Twitch sub, something that costs you no money, I appreciate it all. So thank you, Stevie D.
I get a lot of emails from people asking for advice. I'm getting a lot of emails from people being like, listen, now that everything's out in the air, okay? Listen, all right?
There are subreddits that have... there are subreddits that have pinned a list of sources that indicate that Vaush is an offending PDF. It depends on the definition of corn, but the quote was originally 83%. Wait, 83% of all masterpieces? So wait, this is like an art? 83% of art? I was just asking how much of the internet, because I know that there is a huge swath of the internet that is corn. And that's what I was saying, is that, like, it's not difficult to find. It's not hard to come by. It's like, oh my god, it's not hard to come by. I had to say it that way, didn't I?
Repping the lolly cause or something.
Where did the leaks come from? They came from Vaush. They came on stream. He was looking at a sports jacket that he thought was interesting. He went to save it to his folder, and in the process, he opened up his folder, and that is the folder that contained both his taxes, apparently, as well as an assortment of pornographic, with a C, pornographic images. Actual numbers incalculable, but the percentage thing is a misquote, but it's like a high percentage, right? There's, yeah, anyway.
It's going to be fucking insufferable. In fact, I don't even need to spec.
He Alex Jonesed himself, yeah.
Last night I got an email for something like slightly related to that. It's not the first time it's happened either. It really makes me wonder, like, okay, you know what? Horse people aren't like this. They're not like this. People
are talking about his jacket. Yeah, like, it reminded me of when Ben Shapiro's team tried to dress him in a jean jacket to make him try to help him appeal to Zoomers, I guess.
Pathetic, like a grasp for approval. They're not like this. They, I say, referring to a different group of people. Thank you. I'm on mobile right now, so I can't link, but they literally were that blatant. Oh wait, Zellies has a link. Ugh. Yeah, no kidding. So I guess the entire thing is just like feigned outrage from pedophiles who...
There we go. Okay, chat, I guess you heard what Vaush said. If you're bothered by this, it is you, not him, who are the PDF. So pathetic.
Who think that I should have been nicer to them or something.
Right, and you're also a Nazi too. That's right, chat. You're all a bunch of Nazis. That's what Vaush said.
Something. I don't know.
This is a cope session. And look, let's take a look at this. 40-50 is where it started. He's 15 minutes into a cope session about his corn habits.
Horse people, you mean centaurs? They had to block out the art because the OG art had fat titties. Yeah, I can't show the link, but especially with the fucking girl with the sunflower in her hair, she literally just looks like an adult anime chick. I don't know. It literally is just like an anime girl. But obviously, it was always going to be like this, right? If it was 100%, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the least pedophilic anime imaginable. Dungeon Meshi? Dungeon Meshi is not pedophilic. If it was that, it would have been oh, well, that dwarf or gnome character is small and therefore child coded or something. So it's not done in good faith. Yeah. One of those pics was pretty petite though. Yeah, I think that with regards to how stuff is drawn, I think that the thing that you're looking for in terms of pernicious behavior is kind of difficult to spot sometimes, at least from my perspective, because personally, I'll self-report on this one. I love size differences both ways. Guys being larger, girls being larger, I don't really care. even if it's like monster fucking or whatever. Like if there's a guy who's like 2 or 3 times larger, or a chick who's 2 or 3 like that, just consistently, it's good stuff. And the furries love drawing this, by the way. So you know they're like Lady Domitresk, yeah, or what? Yeah. I mean everyone likes Lady Domitresk, right? So depending on like,
wait, is that how you pronounce her name? Lady. That's from oh my god, what is it? I can't remember. It's from that game.
how much leniency there is with regards to art style or with regards to like the way stuff is drawn. I feel like there's variability in how cartoony that stuff comes across versus it just looking like lolly. And I think that in a lot of cases it's really fucking obvious. And I think sometimes,
yeah, I'm having trouble getting through this. I really wish I hadn't waited until now to eat, and now I'm like,
it's ambiguous. And I think that like the
don't worry chat, I won't vomit on stream. That would be TOS.
one image that I saved, admittedly, especially knowing now that that artist does other lolly stuff, I think that's ambiguous, but knowing that the artist does lolly stuff makes me think they drew it thinking that, which makes it way weirder to me, right? That's definitely one of those like artist intentions things that are fucked. I think a good example of that would be, you know, I'm not really into consensual non-consent, but there are like degrees of it that I think are hot. Obviously, you know, like every girl likes it when you put your hand around their throat. Every girl, ask them first. Don't do that without asking. But like, you know, so if somebody draws like, oh, hand around the throat or whatever, like I will assume looking at that it's consent.
All you have to say is that it can be consensual and some people are into it. You don't have to fucking lie and say something ridiculous like that. I hope that's just a bad joke. I don't know. I'm legitimate. I'm starting to, ugh. I should have eaten before chat, but I was nauseous. I was going over this stuff, realizing that this is what the stream was going to be about. Chat, you almost got a Matt Walsh versus Donald Trump stream, right? Today, you almost that's what was on tap until this stuff broke. And you know, at first, like I saw it, and there was one post with like 43 likes behind it, and I was like, this is going nowhere. But no, it's going somewhere. People are talking about this, including the people that Vaush mentioned, right? Including, you know, Nazis that are just hate him for being a leftist, literally calling his fans tankies, like people that don't know anything about leftism, you know, because they're so far right, you know, are criticizing Vaush. There's people that are apologists for, you know, Lolita art that is of an illicit nature that are complaining about him. And there are leftists that are like, I told you, because a lot of the people that said, like, look, I felt like he had enough bad takes that I didn't really need to get too deep into this. I've talked about his takes on these things, his takes on, you know, relationships between minors and adults that I don't quite agree with. But in general, that's what I limit my discourse to, is his takes. But at this point, Hassan mentioned something about a horse lover earlier today. We'll look at that. We'll look at that in just a second. Sorry, chat. I'm like, I should probably take more of my anti-nausea medication here.
But then if I look at an artist's artwork and it turns out they just draw like full-on non-consensual porn, right? I don't like.
What happened? Well, for those of us who are just getting here, let me run this one more time because I feel like I've heard this from a few people now. That's Ben Shapiro. That's a 200-pound kangaroo. That's me sneezing. I'm going to show you this, the moment in stream when this happens, because people are asking, like, how did the leaks happen? Where did the leaks come from? I get that calling these leaks implies that, like, somebody leaked them, that, like, you know, this was something that was, like, in DMs or something like that. No, this leaked on Vaush's stream, right? He's in the middle of a fashion segment because he's in his hype beast mode. You can see his hype beast jacket here. This is hype beast Vaush. He's the oldest hype beast on the planet.
can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
We got the structure. Oh, no, there's the structure. There's a file structure. Desktop to be sorted on a OneDrive.
What?
And yeah, these are blurred because but yeah, there's 3 so just to show you again. Whoa. Ugh, I can't hold this. Can I pause it? Okay. There are 5 folders on the desktop, right? Everything else is TOS, Trousers of Satan. I can't show you it, but you know, that should tell you something. There's images of apparently AI horses. There's an image that is a VTuber, like a art of a VTuber who from Japan who is like 16. There are pictures that people are saying are either by like artists that do like Lolita stuff or are tagged with that, right? I can't verify that part because like this is out of my wheelhouse, right? I don't know what half of that stuff means. But what we have here is old folder, so old stuff, whatever that means, right? Taxes, and his driver's license is showing up there. Luckily no one can see, it's too small to see, right? XXX GIFs, XXX pics, and XXX vids. So yeah, this is the FAT folder. Right on Vaush's computer that he streams with. And this is a file that opens up when he just goes to save something. So in other words, he's had, you know, you put 2 and 2 together, chat, and try to imagine what other kind of activities that are taking place in front of the streaming computer here. And again, I'm not saying this out of judgment. I'm not trying to draw any conclusions. You are adults. You can draw your own conclusions. And I don't need to tell you what to think about this. I'm just showing it to you. Yeah, there's a look on his face. So some people suggested that maybe he did this to himself, like as some sort of a attention-getting maneuver. You know, this is him jumping into the orchestra pit. You know, what the fuck is that? Some ordinary gamers, are you? It looks like Mudahar's like farting, or he's pulling his. Anyway, we're just gonna assume that that's a weird stream thumbnail or something like that. Just a weird moment in the stream. Whatever. I'm sure that's not what it looks like. But that's what we're talking about. That's what got Vaush to spend. And so far, chat. So far, he is on. He's on like 20 minutes of coping about the revelation of his folders, right? People were worried about my folders, okay? And it turns out that the folders that we should have been worried about, when I say that, I mean there were my scandal from years and years ago that nobody seems to even know, let alone care about anymore, was the idea that I had files with different streamers' names on them, and that implied that I had some kind of cancel material or some kind of, you know, whatever, some kind of dirt on all these streamers. So nobody should work with me because I've got files. And they were strangely like all these big streamers, including people that I've never talked about, never covered before, people that were seemingly included in these faked screenshots just to make it look like NCC is coming after you. Hassan was on there, right? You know, but yeah, my folders, although they weren't mine, were a lot less dicey than what's in Vaush's folders.
Like that at all. And it would recontextualize that image for me. So that's how I think about it, at least. But again, it's kind of like wasted effort explaining anything because A, the people who dislike me will always dislike me. And B, speaking realistically, in situations like this, any attempt at defending oneself it's
Vaush soft rated into K Flogus's chat? God, that must be some like strategic inward solidarity there. I don't know.
Considered suspicious, so it's kind of like a wasted thing, right? I generally have an attitude with ridiculous shit like this where just like talking through it is the best attitude, but like there's a reason why for the most part NCC had a hit list just like Zelensky. Yeah, people just like pretend stuff doesn't happen or ignore.
Rohawk, I'm not making this up. this happened. Like, I'm sure he's apologized for it. I'm sure he wished he hadn't said it, right? I'm sure he doesn't think those jokes are funny today, but he said it.
Or whatever. I think
so. I don't know. I just didn't know there was like a pre-existing relationship between Vaush and K Flogus. So I'm just speculating what they have in common. But yeah, that is one thing that they have in common.
I think most people would probably have like a nervous breakdown in my position. So I guess it's pretty good that I have a blasé attitude to stuff like this. But yeah, I don't know. Can we do a review of your entire porn folder on stream? To be clear, it's not a porn folder. It's literally named To Be Sorted. And the images in there are so old that there are literally pictures of Raru. I played Tears of the Kingdom like 8 months ago, you know? Just like an errant dump file. Do a tier list. I'm just mad that the good Raru porn didn't show up. There's some good shit. There's a drawing of Raru in there that I think is like a proper S tier. Be interested in seeing what you guys think about it. You know,
I'm gonna have some more coffee.
Wisdom of the crowds on that one. Sadly, that one didn't pop up, so we're gonna have to leave it as is. Unironically, who the fuck saves porn to their laptop? Do you think I stream from a laptop?
That's funny. And no, that's why I thought it was weird. That's why I thought it was weird. Right? Like a laptop is a little bit more personal than a computer that you stream from. Right? You're looking at a guy that became wealthy off of streaming and that could, ostensibly have all the mobile devices that he wants, all the laptops, all the tablets, whatever, tickles his fancy for maybe more private, kind of stuff. If he does want to save files to somewhere, right? He's streaming, like these files were on his streaming computer. And I'm not saying this to make him like somehow more sus or to be judgmental about him. I'm just kind of floored by the fact that somebody that, streams to as many people as Vaush streams to, would not take just the basic precautions against private stuff being shown on stream, especially considering the kind of private stuff that he has on there. And what this implies as far as the other role besides maybe a streaming computer of this computer that he's on right now, like he's streaming off of his computer that he potentially does. What's Raru? So Raru is a character from. Oh my god, I'm worried to look up Raru now. I'm scared to look up Raru, but I think it's Rau. Is that how it's pronounced? Raru, or that's how it's spelled. Right, it's a character from Tears of the Kingdom. It's a goat boss, I think. And that's what he's talking about, right? Yeah, a horse-type character from Zelda.
What are you talking about?
Is it just from Tears of the Kingdom, or is it in other games too?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, we're mostly just pointing and laughing right here. Like like I said, you can make your own conclusions about Vaush, and you're all adults. You can make your own decisions and conclusions. Like, what do you think about this? Right? I think it's I don't think it requires a lot of commentary or guidance from me. In other words, right? And I've told you what I'm concerned about. Right? The things that I'm concerned about with Vaush and other streamers in the VGG DGG area is not so much that I think that they are offending predators or anything like that, but that they have a tendency, and you could see it in a million Vaush clips, to normalize this stuff. Like when he says, "Who among us has not gotten through a FAP session and looked back at our previously viewed videos and said, oh geez, that's looking a little young. Oh gee," like, I don't know. I think shit like that like normalizes this stuff, right? That's what I have a problem with. I think that saying that like an adult and a minor could have a relationship that was not harmful to the minor is normalizing of it, right? That's not as much as some other people. Like I mentioned tomfoolery before, this shit that got him banned from Twitch. I'm sure that these kind of takes have been kicking around in the Destiny circuit amongst Destiny, or yeah, Mr. Girl. Oh my god, Mr. Girl is like way beyond any of this stuff, right? But yeah, Mr. Girl was, even if you believe that Mr. Girl wasn't actually doing anything illegal himself, he's normalizing the fuck out of this stuff, and that's what I have a problem with.
Is there a sorted porn folder? Guys, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god.
Sorted porn folder.
Oh my god, chat. I cannot do a Mr. Girl stream with you. Mr. Girl is was a Destiny orbiter, right? Was somebody that first came on the scene, having made a video commenting on cuties, and Mr. Girl's commentary on cuties was surprisingly positive. And you got the feeling from watching that review that Mr. Girl appreciated cuties on a inappropriate level, right? And people, go back and forth, is this a character that he's playing? Is he serious about this? Is he not? I don't care. He normalizes the fuck out of it, right? He was normalizing the fuck out of it. He eventually got banned, I think, from pissing off like some other bad people on the internet who mass reported him. But yeah, no, he was a Destiny orbiter for a really long time until he got way too annoying for even Destiny. Mr. Girl is a self-confessed R-ist, Mr. Redacted. Yeah, I hope this is the end of Ian. But he's done set. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Some of the chat has questions, right? That much is clear. I didn't see like a huge drop off in his views. I mean, I guess we could look at that again and check and see, what's going on. I guess I wouldn't expect that to happen. If anything, I'd expect him to get more views today, because there's even people who don't like Vaush that want to know what the fuck is going on, right? They're seeing what's going on Twitter. They've seen the clip. They've seen all the clips now, right? Because all of the old Vaush clips where he says sussy stuff about, underage people, or talks about, child exploitation materials, all that stuff is making its rounds again. And of course, his line is that it's all clipped out of context. It's all created by Nazis. It's if you even look at one of those clips, you yourself are a Nazi, right? If you have a problem with anything that he does, it must be because you are a Nazi or a Lolita fan or something like that. It's all on you. The perversion, the fucked upness is you. It's not Vaush. He's fine. Like, according, and he kind of, look, it's kind of a cult like atmosphere. I don't want to call it a cult, but I think Cuties is misunderstood. Yeah, so I have heard that argument before, Jules, but Mr. Girl's appreciation of Cuties, just to make it really clear, all right, was that he was attracted. He was engaging in the movie in an erotic way, right? So yeah, like whatever you think about the movie, right? You got like the review that Mr. Girl does of it. And please, I mean, if you want to look him up and find out, he's banned. I think he's banned off of YouTube. Yeah, he's banned off of Twitter. Banned off of Twitch. Banned off of YouTube. There are probably some clips of his. I think I saw like an iceberg that somebody had put together explaining like who this guy was, where he came from, like what all the fucked up things that he does are. But yeah, he was a fucking monster. He was an absolute fucking monster. And it's just, and a monster that was very much platformed by Destiny. So Vaush actually, when it comes to Mr. Girl, Vaush did debate him once, right? Did talk to Mr. Girl once. And Mr. Girl started to say like inappropriate things about underage, like undergarments. And that's when Vaush hung up the call on him. So, good on Vaush for that, but...
Sure was made over a decade ago. Like, for all of my computers, it's like, what files do I want to copy from computer to computer, and for the most part, I don't want to copy all the bloat or like whatever apps that I have, because I want to start fresh. So it's like, here's my core set of files with like childhood
yeah, correct, Teddy Cool. Destiny hates Vaush now. They're just like, they are, you got to look at Vaush always as the apple that doesn't fall far from the tree. So even though they hate each other, the communities hate each other, Destiny feels like Vaush took a bunch of his community. That was going to happen just because Destiny was going so hard anti-left. And at the same time, Vaush is a leftist, like tangential to his community. So all the people that didn't mind the, sexual harassment, like screenshots that Destiny showed of Vaush ended up going with Vaush. So there's a lot of bad blood between these two. But what they do have a little bit more commonality, I think, than people realize in terms of their take. We saw that actually with Paul's Ego when we watched the deep fat fried onion nuggets video the other day. That some of Vaush's like radlib takes are reminiscent of Destiny.
Photos, music that I've liked. Like I have some torrents or rips of like anime or whatever, like Fooly Cooley's on there because the license for Fooly Cooley keeps dropping.
People should feel free to float between streamers. It's weird that they think that they stole his audience. Yeah, I've always said that. Yeah, you're free to watch whoever you want, and you know, but yeah, the sort of ownership that Destiny feels about his audience is a little bit disturbing.
And then there's those like, you know, various images, porn or whatever saved. That shit is ancient. So yeah, I don't even know. I probably had horrible taste back then. I was probably fucking what's bad. There probably wasn't even that much furry porn in there. Jesus, you imagine? You sort your porn by tags, not by tags. Jesus, what do you? Tags? You're making it sound weird. Like. Give an example, maybe? An example of what? Do you clear out your porn folder every year? Why would I do that? Isn't that weirder than just having like... Do you... Okay. Okay, again, deferring to the crowd here. Do you guys not just have a dump folder where you just download thing you like, porn or otherwise, and then eventually maybe you'll look at the folder and like put it somewhere more manageable or accessible? Is that uncommon? This might actually be an age gap thing because I'm almost 30, ancient, I know. And back when I was growing up, the internet was not anywhere near as reliable or steady a thing as it is now. I think that the dump folder thing was probably more common back then, would be my guess. You know, like there was a lot more, yeah, things were a lot less stable and having something saved. I remember back when I was...
I mean, all this just makes me think that he came from Chan culture.
Younger, having something saved to your computer, anything, porn or otherwise, videos, photos, whatever, like that was just, it felt way more steady then than it does today. Nowadays, everything's on the cloud or people...
Dump folders by subject. The thing that I want you to pay attention to here is Vaush's need to explain this. Vaush's need to frame this so that no one in his community is tempted to think that there is something a little cringy about being part of this community, that there is something a little not right with Vaush, right? He wants to be like kind of the first one to frame this, right, in a way where you're thinking, well, you know, yeah, there's people saying bad stuff about Vaush on Twitter right now, but they're all Nazis. They're all Nazis. So anything bad I see on Twitter about Vaush, it's coming from Nazis. It's coming from Lolita fans. It's coming from bad people. So you can't believe it, right? And it's just an intentional smear too. That like, because some of those people are talking shit about him. Some people that are cheering his downfall are cheering his downfall just because they're like, oh yeah, the leftist guy, yeah, fuck that guy. He's a leftist, not even really knowing much about him. I've heard people calling his community tankies, right? That's obviously not somebody that's on the left. You know, they would kind of know that Vaush famously, you know, he usually is using the tanky thing to jaundice people against people that disagree with him, right? But yeah, those people exist out there. Those people are happy. What is his name? Ian Miles Chong's of the world, the creepy, you know, internet Nazis of the world, right? They're all cheering his downfall, but they're not the only ones out there.
Of social media that they look back through, but I don't know. Why would you save porn? Because I like the images, or because I think, or because I want to like in the future put it somewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna notate how long he spends talking about this.
Like I have Reagan from the One Show. Reagan Ridley. What was her name? Inside Job. Yeah, in there. And that reminds me to always hate Netflix. This is possibly an autism thing. I do the same. Ah, well, there you go. Vaush 100% likes and comments on Pornhub videos. No, those people are psychotic. That's way crazy. Don't lump me in with that. Come on. I see an image of Raru with a big beefy goat cock, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. That'll inspire me.
Maybe he's been projecting the tanky thing the whole time. I don't know. Maybe he's projecting the. More likely, he's projecting the rad lib thing the whole time. But
I love to live.
Again, you're free to make up your own mind.
You know, and breathe this air and walk underneath the sun. I'll save this to my computer, and that to me, this makes me a Pornhub commenter, liker, subscriber.
Yeah. Defending himself with autism is also, you know, causing autistic people to catch unnecessary strays. When he says the goat thing, he's talking about Raru. Raru. From Tears of the Kingdom. It's like kind of a goat boss character, likely misusing the term tanky for his own personal interests.
Come on. Although I never.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if you've really got a dump folder, right? Because what he's describing is just a folder where you're like saving something to it without really thinking, without categorizing it. Maybe you were going to categorize it later, but that would be a downloads folder. Like that's how, you know, you're if you buy a new computer, unbox it, and go on the internet and save an image, it's gonna first save it to the downloads folder or the pictures folder or something like. But usually, you know, the download, like, you know, if you save a random file to your new computer right out of the box, it's gonna be the downloads folder, right? So that would be the dump folder. That would be the sort of lazy thing to do if you're gonna, you know, maybe either sort it later or not sort it later.
Never save porn. My computer is full.
And why are his taxes in there? I think he gets to that. I think he says something about that.
Depictions of rabbits with spears fighting against dogs. Exactly. There you go. What's your preferred percentage of drawn versus IRL porn? I almost never look at IRL porn, like ever. You know? IRL porn is pretty, well, it's not gross. I mean, it's just naked people. But, I don't know. I feel like my attitude on IRL porn more over time has just gotten like...
Oh, good point, Dylan CIA Burns. Doing taxes is stressful. That might be why it's in there. Relieve stress.
You know, I could just like...
And maybe that's why it's on his stream. Oh my god, I'm putting it together. Maybe that's also why it's on his streaming computer, like to relieve stress.
But I can't fuck an 8-foot-tall werewolf girl.
Rohawk says, I told you he prefers them 2D.
Girl.
Yeah, he doesn't like real porn.
So, as long as I'm not doing anything otherwise, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Like, I don't know how long he's going to go on with this, but what are we? Are we like 30 minutes into this rant? I think we're like 30 minutes. Yeah, we're almost 30 minutes into this rant. I think I got something for a little gear change after we get done with this, but I'm not sure how long he goes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Elon Musk will make something good happen for once. I dislike the implication the actor's just doing it for money. I will admit that my interest in IRL porn went down like a lot after I grew up and learned about the horrible conditions in the porn industry, you know? Like, the conditions in the drawn porn industry are still not great, largely because artists have very stressful jobs.
He keeps on bringing up furry stuff. Yeah, even though there's like, I think at most like 2 furry images in that folder. It's almost like he wants people to think that the people that have a problem with this have a problem with furry art or have a problem with a guy liking dick, or, you know, like there's all this deflection here.
And a lot of them don't really make it or aren't able to like afford or whatever, but at least they enjoy the drawing part, right?
A lot more than people tend to enjoy the top of the hour ad break, which right now, due to the fact that I started late, is going to start at the middle of the hour for you, which is in about 4 minutes. Actually, 4 minutes after the middle of the hour for you. That means that you have a limited amount of time, that limit being 4 minutes, to try to get out of that, right? If you don't have a little face by your name, that means that you are subject to that ad break, which is 3 minutes of ads. That's the only way I'm able to get you out of pre-roll ads. You notice when you click on my stream, you should not get ads unless you're clicking right at 30 minutes, right? You won't see any ads. So in order to get, we got to pay the piper. The piper is Twitch, unfortunately, and that means having 3 minutes of ads once every hour. So you can avoid those with a Prime sub. If you have Prime, you've got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that streamer is me, you will no longer see those ads. You can also get out of that ad break by paying for your sub. It is $5. Or possibly, if you're very lucky, and this is a roll of the dice, don't expect it, but it can happen that somebody is generous and wants to give out community or gift subs. Getting one of those community or gift subs is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
Like that, at least you can assume that's an expression of their artistic intent. But a lot of the IRL stuff, you know, if you ever like watch any, like, I don't know, it's just kind of difficult to imagine that they're into it, even though they might well be. It's just, you know, a lot
8 out of 10, I'll take it.
of doubt has been sown on the
Yeah, Marianne Williamson dropped out. We went over that a little earlier.
subject. Please explain the pics that you saved of the AI woman getting fucked by the horse. I'm really sorry. I couldn't identify that it was AI. That was my fuck up.
And he's also trying to be like, oh, geez, did I have some AI in there? Bad on me. You know, you all know that I don't support AI art. You all know that I don't like AI art. Oh, sorry, that was a real fuck up. Let me take some accountability here. You know, I'm not great at recognizing AI art. I thought it was real. Apparently, it's not. That's my bad. That's my bad. I take accountability, right, for that, so that you don't have to take accountability for anything else.
In the future, I will spend minutes poring over any images in that genre.
Yeah, animals can. So as much as people are laughing about this, as much as there are horse memes, and for his chat, this is just going to become one big horse meme. There is a more serious point here, and that's that animals can't consent, and that animal abuse of this kind of nature is a real thing. And I feel like these kind of jokes, they just normalize it, right? We don't need normalization. You know, like people, we do enough bad, messed up stuff to animals that they don't consent to like normalize, you know, this kind of abuse, right?
Authentically.
He's flexing his McLuhan, right? Let's talk about hot and cold mediums. Media, plural.
Right, and it's an unfalsifiable concern, Unorthodox Monkey. Obviously, like, you realize there's literally no way around this, right? A good example, so Unorthodox Monkey, if you're really concerned about that, please remember that people did a witch hunt against me, again, with the contents of the other Twitter that I had, with thousands of liked and retweeted images, where one of them, if you can look past the giant dick in it, is like, okay, that might be like kind of lollyish, you know? Which is, again, when you're browsing through Twitter looking at images that you like, sometimes you look at an image for like a second before liking it.
Is he trying to look more like Matt Walsh? Legit, I thought it was legit, Rando. I thought maybe it was Ben Shapiro, because Ben Shapiro's been wearing that jean jacket too to try to appeal to the younger audience. I don't know how much luck he's having with that, but you're right, Matt Walsh. This does look a little bit more like Matt Walsh.
Really indicative of something, or is it possible that, you know, just much in the same way that you might not recognize a character?
The grandma defense?
You know, like you were.
What's the grandma defense? You see love?
There's not really an answer to that, right? Like, if you want to be uncharitable, you have a right to be. I can't really like take that from you. But there's also no point in me like.
Yeah, Dave, I'm right there with you. I'm sick and tired of this. Hopefully he's done. Like, I want to know how long he goes on about this, because that's going to tell you something. Like, we talked about him looking nervous at the start of this. I still think he looks nervous here. And the fact that he has been on about this for like 30 minutes and shows no signs of wrapping this up and moving on to his content, right? That, I think that says something.
Continuing to defend the premise. I feel like, I will say this, to my defense, right? I will say this. Do you guys know of anyone else in the politics space?
Oh, the grandma defense is like when there's something on your computer and you blame it on grandma. You're like, oh yeah, grandma, she doesn't know how to use computers. She accidentally downloaded some AI lewds of horses. God damn it, grandma. Yeah, it was my grandma.
Who was known to be as much of a size queen.
Why do people blame their grandmas though? I feel like uncle would be a lot easier to blame.
Think about it. There's not even close. So I feel like I have a pretty well substantiated bias towards some things that are well known, and that's probably a better explainer of my you know, of my habits than anything else. I'm glad you give representation to us. Yeah, of course. Thanks, Riddle. What a great stream to QAnon.
Nobody wants to ask their grandma about horse corn. Yeah, no, like for me, it was like a. I actually had a roommate that was using what are they called? Those things that like you seed that there's like a seed and there's like a leech. What is this called? Torrents. Yeah. He was using torrents, and like I know about torrents, and from what I've heard about torrents, you either do not seed a torrent, right? Or you use a VPN so that you will not get caught. This motherfucker got caught by my ISP. And I got a nasty letter from them being like, we could, like, from the copyright holder saying like, we could sue you. We could sue you right now. We could sue you anytime for the next 2 years. And we might sue you. You better not mess with our stuff anymore. You better not do these torrents anymore. I got this like nasty letter, and it was literally my freaking, the best part of that was seeing what kind of corn my roommate was into, which I never wanted to know. I never wanted to know that about him, but I got to find out what his tastes were like. They showed me the names of the videos.
You will not get this if you were into armpits or feet. It will all be teasing. Yeah, I'm really sorry I'm not into armpits or feet. My apologies. I think they're fine. Like, they're on the body. That's cool. But they're not really my thing. I'm sorry.
You wouldn't download a car.
Have you seen Drake's leaked nudes? No, though I hear he's packing.
You can say that again.
I don't even know what that's in reference to, Posadas John. What was the taxes folder in there for, though? It's a mega folder. What do you mean? Why would the taxes not be in there? To remember my taxes, it's the to be sorted folder. Gotta sort my taxes. What about that is complicated? It's one folder. Why would I complicate my life by having more than one folder? Listen, okay? When I was coding back in Unity, everything was like stacked if statements. That was the entire goddamn code, all right? It literally just...
Did Vaush have Lolita materials or not? Look, I'm not an expert on this. This is being discussed on Twitter right now, and people are saying that the tags indicate yes, he did. People are saying that one of the pictures is of a VTuber from Japan who's 16 years old, and so that's all I've got to go on. But I can't really analyze that and tell you, like, confirm anything, right? This is all allegedly. And like I said, I'm not an expert on this stuff by any means, so I mean, we could look at what's on Twitter. We can try to, but I feel like there's a lot of, like, some people are posting like these pictures, like blowing these pictures up to see exactly what's in them on Twitter, and we definitely can't look at anything TOS, because you know about the TOS, right? You get into the TOS, you get into the trousers of Satan, and we're trying to stay well away from those trousers, those JO joggers of Satan, right? We want to stay away from those. I feel like Vaush's code would be we know why Vaush isn't a Unity dev. That is the most nightmare cursed code ever bragged about. Back when he was coding.
The code is more horizontal than it is vertical. You know why? Because I believe in having one folder, all right? One folder.
One folder to you rule them all.
Dev. It is me, all right?
Okay, I don't know anything about Yandere Dev either.
And I am proud to stack everything in one folder. I want to get through 76 subfolders to arrive at, like, the specific kind of tax document that I'm looking for.
Tax document, right.
That's who I am, and I'm proud of who I am. You can't take that from me. What do you think, Hudson the Gamer? There are subfolders, Code Monster, you fucking lunatic. What do you think about leaked nudes of stars like Drake? I feel like it's revenge porn. It's objectively revenge porn, right? If they're really leaked. This might be an age thing because I'm very similar.
Rohawk, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Chances of taxes being more corn, more likely than you think.
31. I guess I feel like a lot of younger people don't use computers that much. Like, a lot of younger people have phones with a bunch of apps and all the logic that entails, but they don't really use computers. Like, computers are streamlined to the point where people don't really...
I feel like talking about younger people is not exactly what Vaush wants to be doing in this instance, but...
have to be taught to use that. Does that make any sense? I don't know. Oh, yeah, it's always shit like that, Basada Sean. J. Crew, Muck. Flowers on Velvet. If I banned you and you came back that quickly, it's probably because you were being mean during a fashion.
He's too nervous to realize the hole he's digging? Yeah.
Segment,
yeah.
You were saying stupid shit about music, so, you know. Computer illiteracy is common in younger people. Yeah, because because all computers are so streamlined and user-friendly these days that it's not even necessary to understand the way they work in order to use them, right? Not to say I'm a tech expert, but I have heard that computer literacy is going down over time because you no longer need to, like, know how to manage a bunch of stuff. It's kind of like how people don't really know how to work with cars anymore because cars these days are reliable enough that you don't need to, like...
I feel like we're just, like, a few bars away from, it seems today that all you see is violence in movies.
Maintenance or work on it all the time, the way you used to back in the 1960s or 70s. Holy shit, it's just like 40K. Yeah, the dark age of technology was actually the late 1990s, back when, yeah, that was the dark age of technology. We have forgotten how to make Apple computers that are sheathed in colored plastic.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
That's literally the Archie Bunker song. Those were the days.
Yeah. Gotta trim my beard so badly. Gotta get a haircut, man. Is this gonna be a segment?
Yes.
Complaining about Zoomer computers?
Oh yeah, that's what the segment would be about. Those iMacs were cool. Is that what those are called? The Apple Candy computers? Those are called iMacs?
Dungeon Meshy. Did you just link like a random image of a centaur woman? Like just like this doesn't even have anything to do with Dungeon Meshy. This is just a centaur woman. Are you asking me just broadly speaking? Well, no, I think that her design could be better, and I don't like her boob plate. That's my answer to you directly. I don't like it when they do the boob plate thing. I like that she's a big draft horse, but I don't like the boob plate.
I mean, I guess we can look at that.
Be realistic. That's my thought on the issue.
I was worried when he was opening something up that he's going to open something up that's trousers of Satan. You got to stay well away from those trousers, right?
Sorry you came here today, or June Star. I thought they had boob plates back then. Not like that. I mean, you know, they're just breastplates that have various degrees of concave.
Okay, are we done? Are we gonna clock in at 40 minutes
Maybe
of
it's just the way they
hope?
use those computers, Young Trey.
Oh my god. Did anybody, like, timestamp this? No? They're asking for timestamps.
Stream start.
Yo, there's some, like, earlier timestamps.
Well, it depends on your perspective, Cleaver 120, right? Convex, then. There you go. What's wacky about it? Hey, by the way, oh wait, fuck, I can't show because it's spoilers, can I? God damn it. Never mind. Dungeon Meshy monster design. If you know, you know, right? Send it to me? I'm not sending it to you. Do a spoiler warning? No, Dungeon Meshy is good. Go read it.
There are timestamps everywhere? But you found a timestamp over here? Wait, what are you talking about? I just scrolled the comments. That's where they'd be, right? Unless he puts them
I'm
in.
not spoiling it, Olmsted. If people know, they know.
And there's like random timestamps, right? Like whatever that
A lot
is.
of right-wing chuds are accusing you of having lolly in those filters.
Literally the
So,
spot
like
of
I said, this course was filmed when
Splatoon.
They were 18.
There's no like, you know,
All
these
right.
are the sections of the video.
What's going on in the world today?
Okay, so is he clocking in? 45 minutes, 44 minutes here. If he ends it here, place your bets. Place your bets, guys, gals, and pals.
Not now, Jen and Joe. Election in Pakistan, yeah.
Looks like he's gonna pivot after 45 minutes.
Casimiris, I haven't seen Heavenly Delusion. Nice spoilers. I've only seen the first episode. I mean, did that happen in the first episode? I haven't seen it. Past that. It's really
20, are you serious? 20 more minutes? This is like, chat, this is like Puxatawny Phil. Like if Vaush sees his shadow, then there's going to be 20 more minutes of him talking about pornography. Six out of 10 for that apology. Could have used more ukulele.
It's really good. I'll get around to it. Okay.
Oh, I should add ukulele on Toggle Cat Ears. I feel like I saw them here somewhere.
As we speak right now, the Supreme Court is deliberating the case
He's done,
as to
right?
whether or not it is allowed for
We're done. Are we
the
good?
state of Colorado to kick Donald Trump off the ballot for insurrection.
Are we
Now,
good?
We've talked about this before, and my extremely legally informed opinion
I think
on the matter
I think we
is
got an
that
early
I
spring.
do in fact think that insurrection should mean you're kicked off the thing. Yeah, I think that's okay. Why only
It's not
Colorado?
like
Because
he
Colorado
goes back to it, is it? Well, he started out his stream exactly how I started out mine.
Because Congress can lift that.
Yep. He looks like he's done. Looks like he's done. So unless somebody's gonna give me a timestamp and say he goes back to it at this timestamp, I feel like now we're not totally done because some people have sent me some things. Oh yeah, we got more about Vaush, right? This isn't from Vaush, but it's actually from Hassan. Is that correct? Yeah, Natalie, thank you for bringing me this. I guess Hassan heard about this, and he had something to say about it? Don't get too excited. He's not going to, like, talk about Vaush, but...
And the Russian military action, the war, the invasion.
Oh my god, he's doing what I was just doing.
Because if you saw
Because it
polls
was so
in the
peaceful
United
up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you for invading my chat, communist invading radicals. Chat, he's just like me. He's just like me. He stuffs his face to the annoyance of his audience.
States and a
Guys, who will be the first liberal debate pervert that tries to compare Tucker Carlson interviewing Vladimir Putin to me interviewing that Yemeni teenager? We should run a poll.
Good question.
Who will be the first guy that does, like, remember? Guys, I know this is Tucker Carlson, one of the most famous journalists in the country. Will it be they found will it be I accidentally leaked all the horse porn in my porn folder titled XXX Gifts Guy? Or will it be the two-time divorced champion?
Oh, yo!
Which one will it be? Who knows? Yeah, Yemeni teenage TikToker is basically Vladimir Putin. And no, I will not. No, I will not clarify.
He left no crumbs.
Wait, are those real people? These are very real people. Who amongst us doesn't put their tax folder next to their horse dick porn folder? Come on, it's perfectly normal. Inside of you are two wolves.
Yeah, one of them is Destiny.
Have at some point debated the ethics of being able to say the N-word as a white guy. Both of them have debated the ethics of child porn.
And there's just way too much of that from streamers. Like, I don't get it. I don't get why these fucking debate bro streamers, they look at the N-word like it's some kind of delicacy, like it's some kind of fine dessert that that they know they shouldn't have it, but they want to be able to have it like as an indulgence, as like a special treat, as if it's like this forbidden fruit, just calling them, please say me, I'm the N-word, please say me. You can do it in private, it's okay, but make sure then you tell people about it on the internet. And you say, isn't this normal? Doesn't everybody do this? Come on, my dude. Ha ha ha. You know, they gotta say those gamer words. Ha ha. Like, that's just, I don't get it. I don't get where the gamer word thing comes from.
On the side of child porn.
That was so good. That was so good. I mean, so bad, but so good.
Best.
Hassan is eating today in more ways than one. No, let one in chat if you think Hassan ate in that clip.
Being able to say the N-word as a white guy? Wait, are those real people? These are very real people.
Are those real people? I like to think they're not real people. I like to think that they are the creatures of myth and legends, like weasels, which we all know don't exist, right? We all know that weasels are not real. Weasels cannot hurt you. They don't exist in real life, but they are part of the collective unconscious, and that's why we all tend to draw weasels, which none of us have ever seen before because they don't exist. We all tend, like a unicorn, right? Everybody kind of like draws the unicorn the same, like as if we've all seen it because it's part of that, it's in that collective unconscious. That's why you're able to summon the weasel as a persona when you're playing SMT.
Who amongst us doesn't put their tax folder next to their horse dick porn folder? Come on, it's perfectly normal. Inside of you are two wolves. Both of them have at some point debated the ethics of being able to say the N-word as a white guy. Both of them have debated the ethics of child porn. On the side of child porn. Oh, God, I love liberal debate guys, man. The fucking best.
Around the world.
Yeah, that I know, chat. All the Atlas fans in chat are saying, actually, in SMT, it's called a demon. It's not called a persona. I'm outing myself as a dirty casual, chat. I'm outing myself as a dirty casual. And I don't think that's the last of it either. I don't think that's I feel like we've got some more. Oh, now this is interesting. Again, thank you, Natalie, and thank you, Zara, for helping me out with this stuff. I really appreciate it. As you can see, I'm completely helpless. I can't even run like a media source by myself.
Akaya K. Gross, they them, is an abolitionist, early educator, culture. Wait, sorry, I could have sounded more right wing there. My apologies. Akaya K. Gross, they them, we know, is an abolitionist, early educator, cultural organizer, and creator currently innovating ways to resist, heal, liberate, and create with her pedagogy. Woke kindergarten. So it's just it's literally just one person with her pedagogy. Woke kindergarten. So it's just it's literally.
Wait, I'm trying to see. Is he like reading that?
We know is an abolitionist, early educator, cultural organizer, and creator currently innovating ways to resist, heal, liberate, and create with her pedagogy. woke kindergarten. So it's just it's literally just one person.
Yeah, I mean, so it said with their pedagogy. Is that what you heard Vaush say, though? Supposedly
Okay.
they get misgendered in this Vaush clip.
Well, I hope they're enjoying the money they got.
Not there.
What you mean? Posters. Sticker pack. Our world poster. A, B, no C poster. Graphic design is, and I must stress this, my passion.
So this is Vaush reacting to a Young Turks clip, I believe, about the woke kindergarten story, and from what I've seen, his take is definitely better than the Young Turks, but I don't know. That's not a high bar, by the way. That's not a high bar.
That's cool.
Because the Young Turks were just basically running a Daily Wire segment.
I love buying products from somebody, but paying them directly over Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, and not for the product listed. Look at this. Fucking castigate me, woke mob. This is literally tax.
There we go. The woke mob has castigated.
Avoidance. This is a crime. Use discount code Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, which will make your total amount $0. You're only paying USPS shipping on the website. Then send money for the poster via the payment platform you chose. Do not choose goods and services. This is tax avoidance. That's not true. They could theoretically still claim it on their taxes. Yeah, but wake up. Why else would they do this? They send it as like a personal payment so it doesn't get automatically filed in the PayPal 1099. This is just like open tax fraud. Like, at least do it quietly like I and every other YouTuber does. No, like, what the fuck?
All right. So I bet you're thinking, chat, how is she gonna follow that story? Because that's look, I did not have that on my bingo card today. I did not expect that. So well, I feel like for anybody who got here late, let's just run this once more. This is what happened to Vaush with Vaush on Vaush's stream the other day.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring.
This is why Vaush is talking about folders. That's why he's talking about his choice of corn. This is why he spent 45 minutes coping about what you're about to see right here, right? He goes to save a file of a jacket that he likes.
To.
And yeah, right there. That's what we see. That's what we see. His to be sorted folder. And that's where the images that everybody's talking about on Twitter right now. And again, like I said, I'm no expert. You can make your own conclusions, right? People are talking about like one of the pictures being maybe from a 16-year-old VTuber. Again, chat, I don't have that confirmed. People are talking about that. I guess like what he wants to focus on, and the one thing that he did apologize for was that the erotic pictures of horses that he showed were apparently made by AI, and Vaush is against AI art. So he apologized for the AI art, not really mentioning anything else, kind of glossing over quite a few things, right? So, but yeah, there's that's what the chat saw. That's his face when it's happening. And this is what's like, again, like a lot of this stuff in here I can't show you because it's Trousers of Satan. If you know what that stands for, you know why I don't want to show you that, right? But we got 5 folders here. We got old, we got taxes, we got XXX XXX gifts, and we got XXX pics, And we got XXX vids. That is not Aristocracy's VTube model, is it? I can't tell. It's too small, chat. I wouldn't... I don't think that's what... How did this leak? Like, just like this. Just like this. He's on his stream. He finds a jacket that he likes. He goes to save it to his save folder, right? And the last folder that he saved something in was this one, right? This you know, essentially a spank folder. And with some questionable images. And that's what the discourse is today on Twitter. Again, I'm not an expert on this stuff. People are talking about tags. People are talking about artists. You know, people are talking about like the AI source of some of the horse stuff. Yeah, what was on there was you know, graphic pictures of actual horses, not anthropomorphic horses, not furry stuff, but horses. And then you know, some other corn, some of which people are arguing whether it's underage. So that's what's going on with Vaush today. This is like the most depressing story I've covered in a while, I feel like. If this was just a regular dump folder, why would 3/5 of the subfolders be of that nature? Yeah, isn't that weird that that's like all that's in the dump folder? There's no like memes. There, like memes would be like, what else would you save? Memes. Maybe you save like a text document or a memo or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, all that's in here is questionable pictures. Bit off topic, but has anyone else lately got Nazi YouTubers recommended to them by the site? I've been getting Hexenhammer, but I think that's because he was on Tim Pool, and I watched the first little bit of that, so I'm guessing that's why I'm getting Six Hexenhammer recommended. Been binging history videos about lib, sockdem, communist creators, and that's what the algorithm gave you? Oh, God, that's awful. Mr. Squash. Time to find a 9 to 5. I mean, look, I don't think he needs a 9 to 5. Like, if he had to retire right now, I think he could. And I'm not entirely sure that his community is over with him. Now, here's what I think will happen, okay? Seriously, about the fallout of this. What you just saw is going to be enough for a lot of his community that might have a guilty conscience. But obviously, to the outside world, this does not look good. So the results, my prediction is that it is going to become more and more cringe to be a Vaush fan. And that pressure of that kind of social pressure that's going to come with that is going to make it harder for him to grow and possibly even drop him down a little bit. I don't think he's going to disappear. I think he's got a lot of hardcore fans. In fact, there's probably some people in there that just like, they see this horse stuff and they're like based, or they see even the, you know, questionable age stuff and they're like based, right? Vaush has built a community saying sus things about these topics, right? So there is some of his community that there's like literally nothing he could do. Like he could pull a DSP. He could pull a DSP, show you what he's fapping to, and it be like something that's like illicit or objectionable or illegal. And there's some fans of his that would be like, you know, based. There was one chatter who was in both the folders clips and the entire Cope session, just laughing about it, laughing at him or laughing about the situation like it doesn't, like it's just memes. Nothing but Tokugawa era Japanese folk music in my recommended YouTubes. I've never listened to it before. I just got one from a Nazi creator by the screen name Zoomer Historian. Oh my God, a soy jack as the picture. That's a great sign. That's always a great sign. Russia is deploying Starlink in Ukraine, and Elon, that piece of shit, locked Ukraine out of accessing Starlink in its territory. Yeah, and Elon's changed so much that he... Isn't that funny that at the outset of the war in Ukraine, Elon was allowing Ukraine to use that until he realized that it might give them a tactical advantage. He pulls it. Now what, he's letting Russia use it? That along with the whole Tucker Carlson thing. So like I said, I did not come unprepared, Chad. I've got what I think is a decent follow-up to this. Something kind of related to this, but different enough and hopefully funny enough that we can take, because like, I don't know, Chad, I got nauseous. I don't know if it's because of this. Like, I don't know if looking at this material, hearing about this stuff is what made me nauseous, but it did happen at the same time, so there's every chance. But I need to just chill. There we go. You know who I find
controversy?
Do you know who I look up when I just need to chill? That's right, the good doctor. The purveyor of the all-steak diet. Never drink apple cider, by the way. It's really bad for you. Jordan B. Peterson?
In Canada, an Ontario court ruling that Jordan Peterson can be forced to attend.
Oh shit, this isn't the one I wanted to show you though.
By the Ontario College of Psychologists over his past post criticizing gender ideology and climate change.
So if he refuses to comply, he loses his license to practice clinical psychology. But Jordan Peterson says his fight is not over.
And joining us right now from Ontario, Jordan Peterson. Jordan, they say you want to keep your license, you got to do it, but you say you're not going to do it. How's this going to end?
No, I didn't say I wouldn't do it. I did say that I don't believe that it'll help.
Okay.
I'm in their hands at the moment, fundamentally, because they've already sentenced me, so to speak, to an indefinite period of social media retraining with some social media experts.
You hear that? Re-education. This man is off to the gulag. This man is gonna he's gonna write his own gulag archipelago.
Whatever the hell
this is a modern day Solzhenitsyn.
That is. And so I'm obliged to undertake that training at my own expense for an indefinite period.
Probably also at your own leisure, I'm guessing.
Of time until,
like, I don't think that they're going particularly hard on him, right? He told people to unalive themselves. Is that right? I'm trying to remember what he did. Like, right? He's just done some very mental health professional-y things on the internet. And so when that happens and a practitioner, a license holder becomes a problem to the organization, they assign this, you know, what's essentially probably like an online like lesson and a multiple choice test. This kind of social media training.
They, in their wisdom, presume that I've learned whatever it is that I'm supposed to learn, which, given my nature, strikes me as highly unlikely.
Jordan, what's the goal here? I mean, are they trying to...
The goal is to take my license.
Yeah, but are they trying to send a large...
They should have taken your license. They shouldn't give you this opportunity, right? Like, he's out of bounds. He's a disgrace to his profession, but they're not going to take his license. They're going to make him do this. Like, it's just a slap on the hand.
Your message, not to you, but your followers as well?
No.
Toggle cat ears? Does that mean take them off?
To me, my followers, and every professional of any sort in a regulated profession in Canada. And the message...
Toggled.
You do exactly what the low-level, mid-wit bureaucrats tell you, or you will lose your livelihood. That's the message, and it's crystal clear.
Dr. Peterson, I mean, does everyone who needs to continue their license have to do this, or are they just cherry picking you? And why do you say it's indefinitely? You have to continue to take these courses until they decide you've learned your lesson?
Yes, that's part and parcel of the whole deal. Yes, yes. And no, I wouldn't.
I'm pretty sure, right, as somebody who's had to take, you know, CEUs before, like, I'm pretty sure it's like a CEU, right? I'm pretty sure it's like a low level CEU too, right? There's some CEUs that are like, you know, you gotta, you know, keep up on, you know, what's going on in the industry and all the new stuff that's come out that's more serious. And then there's some things that are just like a 1 credit CEU that you need to cover, you know, to keep current. And it's just like a video or like 5 pages that you read. And then there's a multiple choice quiz, and you get to retake it as much as you want, and you just got to score 80% or better, and you're good, right? I'm guessing that is what they're giving Jordan Peterson. I think he's really selling this.
Say they're precisely cherry.
He was more than Waluigi. We gotta get Waluigi. Oh, there you are, Waluigi.
The most well-known voice among professionals who dissent from the whatever ideology I'm supposed to be following. I dissent from that most egregiously.
Yeah, and you're the most well-known of those people because you said horrible shit that disgraces your entire profession on Twitter, right? You have a big following, you're on Twitter, you have that kind of license, and they've got they don't want, you know, to get in a fight with you, right? They don't want to like have your weird stands come after them, but they got to uphold some kind of professional standards. So they're trying to just give you like a really easy out here. And here you are crying about it.
And so they're definitely making an example of me. And it's quite an effective example in some ways, because I have the time and resources to fight this battle. And I'm not dependent on my license for my financial stability and the support of my family. It's an extraordinarily expensive and time-consuming battle, and it's definitely the case that the goal is to take my license, because what they'll claim after dragging me through whatever this re-education is going to be, that, you know, I can't be...
Don't act like you know.
That I'm ungovernable. That'll be the final... is a disgrace to his profession, and he's ungovernable.
Well, when it all resolves itself, we'd love to have you back.
Is this similar to what's happening here in America? They're doing this with Republicans. Donald Trump?
Is it? Look,
well,
it's similar to that in the sense that you did something that's an actual violation of your professional code. He did stuff that's actually a violation of the law, and you're being held like somewhat accountable, although still treated with kid gloves. It's similar in that way.
I would say cancel culture in general.
It's cancel culture. Who knew?
The attempts to stop people who have an alternative viewpoint, which wouldn't have been alternative at all.
Alternative facts, too.
10 years ago, from expressing themselves by any means possible for the good.
Yeah, what's your point? 50 years ago, you know, electroshock treatment wouldn't have been beyond the pale.
In the planet. So
Jordan,
yeah, it's part of a much broader pattern.
Yeah, so we heard about the new online college that you guys and your academy that you plan on launching. Tell us about the work you and your daughter plan on launching.
Tell us about your latest scam.
Well, I've thought for a long time that the university...
Here's another thing that's similar with Trump, right? You're scamming people like Trump scams people.
The systems of higher education in the West in general are corrupt beyond redemption and also extraordinarily expensive and time-consuming. And I've wanted to do something about that for many, many years. And we put together an online university project. We have about 30 professors, and they're very, very good professors. I've been privileged to meet some of the most intelligent and informed people in the world. We brought them down to Miami and filmed them producing 8-hour lectures, which are very, very well produced and accompanied by...
I am bored even hearing about these 8-hour lectures.
Appropriate illustrations and...
Appropriate illustrations.
We'll launch that. We're going to soft launch that at the end of February to a limited number of initial subscribers, and we hope to knock the...
I mean, this is a big part of what, you know, Jordan Peterson and Bill Shapiro? Yes, Bill Shapiro what am I even talking about? Ben Shapiro. This is a big part of what they do. This is a big part of what they sell, right? They're talking to people that, you know, either didn't have any college or, you know, didn't finish their college and probably have a, you know, they had some professor for English 101 that was a blue hair with nose ring, and they really didn't connect, right? But the sad thing is, what he's talking about to them is kind of like what you'd get in a freshman English course, right? Like, not so much an intellectual experience, but like a highly palatable, like, you know, cultivated pseudo intellectual, like, right? You get Joseph Campbell, you get Carl Jung, right? And, you know, it's fun to hear about, but there's not really a lot of depth there. It's not, you know, it's just like the journey of the hero. Can you see yourself in this? Yes, you can, because you are the main character in your life, right? That's the kind of people that come to Jordan Peterson, right? And these people talk like with slightly, like with vocabulary that's slightly above the reading level of their audience, and that and their pattern of speech and their aesthetics and the, you know, the fact that in Peterson's case he was a university professor at one point, gives them the feeling that they have completed something that they never thought they could, an intellectual experience, an engagement, an intellectual engagement, right? They feel smart, and they're going to repeat this stuff back to their friends and family like Tim Allen repeats the shit that he hears from his neighbor, you know, in other words, badly and incompletely and wrongly and, you know, embarrassingly, right? But they're going to feel hella smart for this. And that's what Peterson sells them. And that's what Shapiro sells them. And, you know, it's a big portion of what the intellectual dark web is all about.
Cost of a general education, general course of higher education of various lengths. We're going to offer 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, and 4 year certificates. We hope to drop the price.
4 year certificate. Can you imagine? I wonder how much that is.
By 95%. And to provide the participants, the students, with a high quality social opportunities as well, because we know that university is in part a social enterprise as well as an education.
There's also going to be a Discord. There's also going to be a Discord. In case you were wondering, is there a Discord associated with this? Yes, there's a Discord, and there's a Facebook group.
We'll have the best course.
And if you want to get scammed again, you can join the Discord and join the Facebook group. Because we've got other scams to sell you. And there's probably other people, you know, getting into this university to scam each other, right? This is how MAGA works. This is how MAGA ends. This is a human centipede of scams.
And it'll be very inexpensive, widely available, translated into multiple languages, eventually.
By Google Translate.
And that's the plan, to put out some competition for the increasingly idiot universities. And you can see what they're like merely.
I am so sure that taking a PragerU level course on Joseph Campbell and Carl Jung, it's definitely a better education than what the universities are offering.
By contemplating what happened.
Or sorry, did I say PragerU? It's more like, it's like a shittier version. What is that thing called? Oh my God, I can't remember this. I can't remember it. It was like a YouTube channel with science videos and actually kind of useful ones, like useful things to study. I can't remember what it was called, but it was free too. That was the other thing. I mean, you could probably join like a Patreon, but it was free.
In Washington, D.C., when the presidents of MIT, Harvard...
I swear to God, I got through chemistry because of this thing. I can't remember what it's called.
Made an absolute shambles of themselves and their institutions. And if you think that was just a consequence of them and not indication...
Yes, it was Khan Academy, correct, yeah.
Well, you're blind, because the universities are very corrupt.
Well, thank you, Jordan Peterson, for joining us from Canada.
Thank you, Jordan Peterson, for putting us all to sleep. If you were like, you know, if you were having nightmares because of Vaush's horse thing, you're probably asleep now, and you're not even hearing this, right? You're asleep like I should be. Okay, so that wasn't actually the Jordan Peterson that I meant to show you. It was this. We got more from Jordan Peterson. Hopefully more exciting too.
One of the absolutely pathological sexual experience. Okay, so a couple of things happened. First of all, what masturbation was bad. They were asking whether or not
that monster inside your head.
That's right.
So I can see where you're going on the pornography.
Right. So I was starting to get a.
Sorry, I don't know where
that's directed, I should say. So, for instance, cocaine.
Okay, we're just gonna watch the whole thing. I know there's a part where it gets good.
Absolutely pathologic situations for any animal or human is to be able to access repeated dopamine surges without effort or any pursuit that's self-directed or that's directed, I should say. So for instance, cocaine, a drug which potently increases dopamine, or methamphetamine, which potently increases methamphetamine, but doesn't require any sort of adaptive action pursuit except to.
We're on a real brainiac here. Methamphetamine, which potently increases methamphetamine.
Acquire the drug and spend money on it.
No sacrifice.
They'll sacrifice. So what ends up happening is the circuit that gets rewarded is only the drug-seeking behavior, and no other behavior will give the kind of potent dopamine release that cocaine or methamphetamine will, which is why they are so pernicious. Now, likewise,
right.
I'm not.
Well, plus they have that powerful reinforcement.
Chat, given what Vaush said, given what Peterson and his friend here are talking about, I have a strong suspicion that this video is not going to be able to remain monetized, right? We are not staying monetized with this. So if you want to help me out, I do have a Patreon. The link is in the description. There's a lot of other ways you can contribute financially and help me out, whether it's memberships, whether it's super chats, whether it is super stickers, whether it's stuff on Twitch like subs and bits and all that. Stuff that makes the alerts go. We haven't seen much of that today, but I do really appreciate all that kind of support, and especially on days like today where it looks like I'm kind of working for free. So
Forcing effect, right? So not
fun stuff.
You get that kick, but what's reinforced by the dopamine release is the behaviors that were right prior, particularly right prior to the ingestion. And if all that is the drug-taking behavior, that's all that develops.
That's right.
You build that monster inside.
You build that monster.
You can see where you're going on the pornography.
Right. So I was starting to get a lot of.
Okay, so here we go.
Kind of surprised. I thought, well, I'm male, and maybe that's why they feel comfortable asking. But people were saying we're asking about pornography, and they were asking. I realize we want to. I'll just be direct about it. They were asking whether or not masturbation was bad. They were asking whether or not masturbation with ejaculation.
We are definitely not getting monetized.
It's particularly bad. And here's my stance on this. I'm a biologist and a neuroscientist, not a psychologist. But what we know for sure is that if an individual repeatedly engages in this circuitry, let's say masturbation and pornography with increasingly potent forms of stimulation that are on a screen, a couple of things happen. First of all, what's being reinforced? What's being reinforced is a high dopaminergic response to watching other people engage in sexual behavior, which is very different than being in a first-person sexual experience. Okay, so right there, that what's being reinforced is not actually any kind of improvement in communication skills. It's voyeurism. And as these questions started to come in more and more, I started to realize there was a lot of kind of undertones of people talking about fear of.
Okay, so that's what he's saying is that if you utilize corn and you. Okay, I'll just say it. We're not staying monetized, chat. If you masturbate, you're reinforcing voyeurism. This is such a non-understanding of the way that human beings utilize corn. A lot of times, there's like just like when you're watching a movie, right? You kind of there's a protagonist, and you're sort of looking at the movie through the eyes of the protagonist, right? So, when you're consuming corn, you're probably also looking through at the situation through the eye. You're putting yourself in there. You're like, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't be for most people nearly as exciting. I mean, maybe if somebody's into voyeurism, then that's how they see it. But most people, I would guess that are consuming corn. They're doing so as a they're like sort of empathizing their way into the situation. So whatever.
Function that clearly pornography can lead to. And here I'm specifically talking about males. I actually don't know the literature on females. So
I actually don't know anything about females.
Females don't use visual pornography to this.
But Jordan will tell you.
I see.
They use literary pornography.
I see. So, so, and then you start to think about, okay, what happens in the cascade or the arc of sexual arousal and orgasm? What happens is that initially there's it's parasympathetically dominant, meaning if somebody is too stressed, they actually can't engage in sexual behavior. The arousal response doesn't occur.
So, I mean, this part of the involvement of those two branches of the nervous system, parasympathetic and sympathetic, that's true. That's true about the process of stimulation and orgasm.
Erection is blunted, but the actual orgasm response and ejaculation is strongly associated with the so-called sympathetic nervous system, which has nothing to do with sympathy. It has everything to do with, it's a kind of a stress response, and then it reverses to a parasympathetic response. And
I'm being attacked for we're enjoying sapphic Star Trek fan fiction, right?
Prolactin increases dramatically after ejaculation in males. What does that do? That blunts dopamine release and testosterone for a very long period of time, which makes sense if pair bonding and sort of, you know, in our species anywhere, there's this idea that then other molecules would be exchanged with.
Do you see what this is going to cause men to think? Oh no, I can't show you this because it's in a movie. It's in a very famous movie. There's a scene in Doctor Strangelove, right? If you've ever seen Doctor Strangelove, where this rogue general that has essentially decided to start World War III is talking to a British, you know, like an American general is talking to a British general, and he starts to talk about how he doesn't want to give his essence to any woman, right? So he's essentially talking about a paranoia that he has about orgasming, where he thinks that his manly essence is contained in the ejaculate, and that withholding this ejaculate from his lover is very important for him to retain that purity of essence, that strong masculine. This is what he's giving you the idea, like if you're, you know, the target audience of Peterson, that your testosterone is going out of your dick, being squirted actively out of your dick, and that it's leaving you to become a soy boy, and a, you know, be like your T's gonna go down, right? Like that like somehow retaining that stuff is keeping your testosterone up. And as we all know, that's the most important part about being a man is testosterone. That's
partners.
It's all about the sex hormones, I guess.
Potential for raising mates, etc. Without getting into a huge discussion about that, the point is this: masturbation and pornography are potently tapping into the dopamine.
Guy's a legitimate neurologist. Wampo Stiltskin, yes, but Guy's also a legitimate red pill, right? Those things can be combined.
System and can undermine the very processes of what I consider healthy processes of finding a mate.
And if you see, you know, your neurology through the lens of this kind of weird masculine essentialism, then it's going to come out really strange like that, right? He didn't directly say you jerk it, you go down in testosterone. But a lot of people, especially that aren't scientists or scientifically minded, that's what they're going to get from that. He didn't directly say it, but he strongly implied it.
You know, dating, communication.
And also the idea that, like, I mean, this is just a classic right-wing thing. They're anti-porn, they're anti-FAP, and they think that that somehow, like, withholding that stuff, right, not not actually ejaculating is going to make them more motivated, keep them more masculine, keep their T nice and high, so that they're going to go out and find a mate and shit like that. And it's ridiculous. It's, you know, this is how Peterson, like, snookers a lot of people, though. Yeah, Ben Carson was also a neurologist. Good point. Wasn't he a brain surgeon? He was like a high grade the general in Dr. Strangelove, yeah, that's his orgasm is war, I guess.
if it's appropriate, sexual interaction,
well, it also sounds like it's
etc.
undermining pair bonding.
And pair
well,
bonding.
So here's a question: if you're seeking sexual release through pornography and you go through the whole cycle and you get a prolactin release, do you bond with yourself?
So this is very interesting. The biology explains it as what's left there is a kind of an open loop, a kind of an emptiness. Right? Because bonding with the self is a complicated notion. I mean,
and here's the deal, like, right, if you are depressed, if you are isolated, if you are alone, and these guys keep you that way, right? Because they tell you that, like, male problems can only be solved by consulting, like, a hierophant figure like Peterson, by consulting, like, that there's this male exceptionalism that they imply. Don't reach out to your, you gotta reach out to these red pill audiences because they're like these red pill leaders because they're the only ones who understand. That shit actively keeps men alone. That shit actively makes it harder for men to date. It makes men undateable. It makes no one want to be around them. So there's this unhealthy cycle that gets established there, and you end up in this situation that's just where like, okay, so masturbation, really healthy, really normal. Maybe not everybody does it. I don't know, but like a lot of people do, and a lot of people enjoy it. And for the most part, like, it itself doesn't cause a problem. It is not a pathological behavior. It is not spilling your seed or any of that shit that you read in the Bible. It will not make hair grow on your hands. It will not cause blindness. All the shit that you heard is bullshit. But they want to recapture that moment where people were ashamed of masturbating, where people were ashamed of their own sexuality. And in order to do that, they've got to propose this idea that the loneliness that their audience is feeling is because of the masturbation. In actuality, the masturbation is probably a release and a distraction from the loneliness that they feel. And like, that loneliness that you're feeling might have a lot more to do with something like depression that you could go and get help for from somebody of Dr. Peterson's profession. Maybe that's not as quirky and eccentric as Dr. Peterson. That's where you should be looking or connecting or something like that. But they keep them in this cycle of masculine exceptionalism where, like, no one can help you but the red pill professor, and the red pill professor is teaching you things that make you impossible to get along with, that make you actively drive women away, and the loneliness increases, and these guys keep getting paid from it. That's their scam. That's the scam that they're running.
There's a healthy version of that, of course, loving oneself and self-referencing. And again, this is more far more your domain than mine.
Also, Ergoloid, thank you for the Prime sub on Twitch.
In terms of what a healthy self-relation is. But in the absence of a real partner there, absence of real sexual partner, there's an open loop of neurochemicals.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Different specialty. Carson was a surgeon. Yeah, that's what I thought.
And prolactin. The dopamine, remember, dopamine goes up during pursuit, anticipation, then peaks and then crashes below baseline.
It's all scams all the way down. Scams all the way down.
Low that people fear is putting them into an amotivated state. We can think of this, if I were to kind of expand on it, would be it's this kind of neurochemical psychological equivalent of making your home environment filthy for a while.
No, that's called being Asmongold. Okay,
putting you into this positive amplification of dopamine, so it depletes the dopamine system, and it's likewise in drugs of abuse and addiction.
Is that bad empanada? No.
Eventually depletes the dopamine system. Initially, there's a huge dopamine surge with drugs of abuse like methamphetamine and cocaine. But over time, people are using more and more to achieve what is not such a great high. You even see this a little bit with kind of consumption of energy drinks. Like, people are taking more and more chemicals within their energy drinks, and they're thinking about loud, fast music, energy drinks. It's kind of stacking of dopaminergic tools. Now, that's not as
this is like what a Gen Xer that is exposed to, like, other dudes in the gym who listen to funk music. Oh yeah, this is probably due to that so much masturbation.
Pathologic. In fact, I'm
like, can you imagine though? Because, like, there's okay, so, like, I remember my dad, when he heard dubstep for the first time, he asked me why I was vacuuming my room. Right? I wasn't, like, he didn't know me to be exceptionally cleanly, especially like with a vacuum. and he was surprised to hear the vacuum running upstairs. It wasn't the vacuum, it was some dubstep, right? To his generation, that does not make sense. Like, wow, wow, does not equate to music. That's not what music, that it can't be music. That's got to be the vacuum. That's got to be the vacuum that she's running upstairs, right? Cannot be music, right? I wonder what, like, funk feels like to, like, you know, somebody that's older too.
There are some energy drinks I'll occasionally drink, and I enjoy them. I don't think we need to be entirely afraid of pursuing or engaging in things that release dopamine. Obviously, healthy sexual behavior, food that we love, social engagement, all of these things can be dopaminergic. It's the big peaks in dopamine that are not associated with any prior effort or organization of self that are particularly dangerous for the human being.
Yeah, well, you could see that's a cardinal danger of affluence. Then
that's right. This is why the children of
you know
that's right.
You cannot get rats addicted to cocaine.
Wait, why is there an ad break right now? Oh my god, chat! I told you it was once an hour. I don't know what it's doing.
If they live in their natural environments,
is that right?
You can only get rats addicted to.
Maybe it didn't happen the last time.
Rats in a cage. Yeah, they won't.
Okay, there is an experiment to what Peterson's talking about like a famous experiment, but he's kind of drawing some conclusions. Like he's remembering like the methods section of the study and just like talking about that as the conclusion. That's
cocaine in a natural environment, and it's because they have alternative sources of dopaminergic gratification.
Very interesting.
So yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, the children of very wealthy.
So what is it? It's called Mouse Utopia.
People who are overindulged. I've seen that many times, many times, and it is a very sad sight.
Well, that's the opposite of what they're talking about, right? The Mouse Utopia studies, they essentially they had two water. They had two water droppers, right? You know how a mouse in a cage goes up to the water dropper and like licks it and gets water, right? They had one of the water droppers was filled with cocaine, or like cocaine was mixed into the water, and the other, or maybe it was morphine, was mixed into the water. The other one was not, right? When they put these mice in cramped, uncomfortable, unnatural, situations with not enough space, not enough resources, not enough anything, the mice would drink liberally from the cocaine or morphine infused water, right? When they put them in what they called a mouse utopia, which I mean, like, and I don't know what with studies, you can't just be like, oh yeah, I heard about this one study where they did da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Not every study draws, strong conclusions. A lot of studies end in more research needs to be done about X, right? That's what we learned from this. We couldn't draw as strong of conclusions as maybe we'd like to, but we think that if we study this aspect of it, or if we isolate this variable, or if we do this or we do that, or like the methods weren't ideal here, maybe we could do them differently, right? Usually most studies are that. So I don't remember the Mouse Utopia experiment well enough to say whether it was like well run and the had a lot of strong conclusions, or whether it was like most studies and just like suggested areas of more research. I'm gonna guess on the latter, right? But like the little bit of conclusions it did draw implied that the maybe addictive behavior was more of a factor of an absence of a good environment than it was a sign of a problem with the presence of the substance, right? So we tend to think of addiction as in, well, the problem was you were able to get a hold of that substance, and if we just made tougher drug laws, then maybe you wouldn't be able to do that, and then you would never become an addict and your life would be great, right? When instead it looks more like that addiction has a lot to do with just kind of trauma that people are subjected to. So that's what it's ironic, right? Because what he's saying is like it's a problem of affluence, right? It's a problem of he's going to say like the Western world, he's going to look at that as affluence rather than like looking at the difference in material conditions for the working class versus the capital class.
Right.
He's not only, he's just like missing, like he's missing a lot of chances to make actual meaningful conclusions from this, because these are just not things that would occur to him. All test animals should have a fully enriched environment. So good point.
They're not optimally deprived, eh? And that issue of optimal deprivation, that's
optimal deprivation. Yeah.
There's an additional
sounds like austerity to me.
Issue with pornography, which is not often discussed, which is that, remember, guys in particular.
Did you hear what, like, you could draw a conclusion from that people deserve to live in poverty, that people deserve austerity, right? That people, that like too much affluence, too much, access to luxuries, which, if you ask a Fox News Republican, a microwave, a refrigerator, is a luxury, right? So yeah, more justification for shitty economic policies.
The brain is a learning prediction machine. And if I'm not trying to say that all pornography is bad, but there are good data to support the idea that if your brain learns to be aroused by watching other people have sex, it is not necessarily going to carry over to the ability to get aroused when you're one-on-one with somebody else, right? Especially young kids who are consuming a lot of pornography, the brain is learning sexual arousal to other people having sex.
So you're going to program yourself into being a voyeur?
Or just...
So, this is a weird thing to do, because, like, right, there are fields of science that study this stuff, right? But what he's doing is he's drawing, like, I guess, like he's hypothesizing a mechanism without any proof that this actually goes on. He's like, okay, so we know that dopamine release encourages the behavior that was taking place prior to the release of the dopamine, right? So if the behavior that was taking place prior to the release of dopamine that happens after an orgasm was watching other people have sex as he's describing porn. Now remember, like, that's not how we view media. Most of the time, you don't see media through the eyes of an observer. You're not watching a movie as God. You're watching a movie as the character that you relate to. Maybe the protagonist, maybe not the protagonist, but like there's some character in there that you kind of relate to, you're sort of cheering for. And probably the same thing goes most of the time for porn, but he's basically misunderstanding how humans consume porn and thereby drawing an inference that it's encouraging voyeurism. Like, right, you're gonna reinforce the behavior of looking at other people have sex before, that happened before your orgasm, and therefore you're gonna become a peeping Tom, like hopefully not a tomfoolery, but yeah, a peeping Tom of some kind. This is ridiculous. This is beyond ridiculous. And yeah, like people that have education, people that have training, given enough weird preconceptions, can draw really bad conclusions.
Create challenges in...
Jordan Peterson himself is a great example of that.
With a real partner. Right?
Mary Harrington has the 3 laws of pornodynamics, and the second law of pornodynamics is the law of FAP.
Somebody look up Mary Harrington. Who the fuck is this? Second law of pornodynamics is the law of FAP entropy.
And it says that whatever you start out wanking to will get progressive.
Okay, this is so reactionary. This is so fucking reactionary. This is the way that they look at, in even the grooming discourse, right? They say that there's a desensitization that goes on. Now look, desensitization is a real thing. Like in terms of violence. I mean, it's not, something that like means that like if you play violent video games, you're going to go out and be violent, right? But you're desensitized. You're not going to react to trauma and violence the same way you would if you didn't engage with like violent media, right? It's gonna desensitize you. So that part's real. Desensitization is real. But what they're saying is desensitization is, I guess, like, first of all, seeing any sort of depiction of human intimacy, right? That's that desensitizes. And then their idea is that like, well, yeah, that first, because it's like a drug, they want to think of this all like drugs, and not just like drugs, but like dare, like the faulty, 1980s conception of addiction, that you're going to try marijuana and that's going to be okay for a while. And then at some point you're like, this is not strong enough. Let me upgrade to the next drug. And before you know it, you're, shooting heroin, you're doing something much worse. Right. And but the way that they see it, the something much worse would be like looking at porn involving trans individuals, would be like looking at gay porn, right? That's like a level up. That's more intense. That's a stronger drug. So in their mind, like, nobody is like naturally gay. Nobody is naturally trans, right? Everybody is naturally normal. But when you get exposed to this stuff, then it desensitizes you, and you need something stronger. And they're talking about any kind of like, sexual diversity as being pathological, right? Rather than like people have different sexual orientations. Some people, are identify as a gender other than their birth assigned at sex, right? Stuff like that. They're going to look at that as like, no, not really. These people are just damaged. These people are defective, and it's because of the prevalence of pornography. So ban the porn and turn society normal again, right? And they are trying to turn back the clock in a way that doesn't really make sense, that doesn't really work, even from a practical standpoint, let alone an ethical standpoint, or a standpoint that represents a real understanding of human diversity. Next thing you know, you crack the egg on the hot frying pan. I haven't got data on this because I value my nightmare-free sleep too much, but I bet anything that the more anxious we get about race politics, the more radicalized porn will be. I don't even want to think of what have you seen I feel like Foreign had a video about this. What the third law implies? Have we even got there? Whatever you start wanking to gets progressively more intense over
time. And I think that this is sort of speaking to that ever sort of escalating amount of the wildness that you need to watch in order to get an ever decreasing stimulus that comes back.
And here I'm approaching this only through the lens of biology, right? I'm not a psychologist, and I'm certainly not political in any way. At least not. I have ideas.
Oh yeah, Soul Life. Thank you for the gift membership to Mr. Garrick. I don't know why that didn't pop up.
About politics, but I just don't discuss them publicly. But the idea here is that, I'm not saying pornography as a stimulus is bad or good. What I'm saying is, in its availability and its extreme forms, it's a very potent stimulus, and very potent stimuli of any kind, extremely palatable food.
This fucking intellectual just pronounced stimuli. I don't know. Look. I mean, I say things weird too, but it just belies somebody that doesn't really have that's using words that they're not experienced using. Yeah. Like, I've always seen this written down in books and stuff. I think it's pronounced stimulate. It sounds like a Vaush move, honestly. Anyway.
Extreme pornography, extreme experiences like bungee cord jumping, those set a threshold for dopamine release. And Anna will tell you that, and I'm sure she did, that the higher the dopamine peak, the bigger the drop afterwards. And it's not that you drop to baseline, you drop below baseline. Again, it's not, these things aren't good or bad, they just have to be controlled in a way, because when people are pursuing dopamine peaks over and over and over, and they aren't.
I mean, so you see what they're doing? They're taking like reactionary politics, right? Looking at humans who are not, vanilla heterosexual cis missionary PIV type folks as degenerate. Right? That's a word that was very popular with the Nazis, right? They looked at anything that was against the mythological Volk as being degenerate, right? As being like a falling away from what humans should do, what humans should be. And he's taking this and he's using whatever degree he has, whatever understanding of biochemistry and neurology that he has, to try to make this seem like this is science. We fucking know this. It's just that the goddamn liberal media won't tell you, but I'll tell you. And Dr. Peterson will tell you, because we're here for you. We care about men. We care about men, where society looks at you as a threat, looks at you as violent, wants to throw you away, wants to judge you. we care about you. Like, you know, it's just more fucking grift. It's more
typically it's because they've
scamming
pursuing that activity far too often.
And you're saying perhaps take a break from that, and there may be an ability for yourself, your system, to reset.
Right. Yeah, I mean, in theory, all the things that we're talking about with pornography could be superimposed onto food, or could be superimposed onto real sex.
Yeah. So sex, food, pornography. If you're indulging in these things too much and you're feeling like a certain emptiness and a lack of fulfillment, there's some chance that you're depressed. And you know, there's some chance that you need more than life is offering you right now. You know, it's because of the emptiness. It's because of the lack of connection. It's not because of the existence of pornography. It's not because of the existence of drugs, and it goddamn for sure isn't because of the existence of food.
That one also has to be cautious there, right? But the cycling back and forth between dopamine and low dopamine states, dopamine fasting as it were, but maybe just low dopamine states, these are...
And as far as I know, there's no science behind this dopamine fasting stuff.
Natural rhythms that existed in the nervous system. We have to remember what the dopaminergic system is there for. I'll say it again, I wasn't consulted at the design phase, but we know as a generic form of motivation and pursuit. You can imagine the human or the animal that's hungry or thirsty. It needs energy to go pursue the thing. So the idea that you have to eat in order to get energy, that's true, but you need energy in order to get the thing to eat. So our nervous system has energy also. That's dopamine and epinephrine. Yes, we use glucose and glycogen, etc., when we're pursuing things, but the idea here is you're pursuing something, and then either by smell or by sight, you think you're on the right track. So you go down that track, and then, there it is. You know, you get some berries, or you get, let's get prehistoric about this, or you get to kill the prey and eat it, and then it gives you energy to continue this pursuit or to reproduce. I mean, there's a reason why humans and other animals seek out reproduction, is that every species, but certainly humans, have two innate desires built into them. Whether or not they decide to actualize this or not is
you have two wolves within you.
Desire to protect young and make more,
and they're both gay,
of its own species. Every successful species does that. Even if people don't have children, in general, people care about children.
Anyway, yeah, that's what Peterson's been doing lately. Kudos to you for not wanting to flip the table. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the kudos, chat. And I also appreciate the likes. So I'm looking at what else I've got here. The Cavernacle. One in chat if you know who the Cavernacle is. This is a content creator that I like a lot. I've watched for a very long time, and I never really end up watching him on stream. But it looks like he's got some insight on the amazing atheist, who we've been looking into a little bit. Just a little bit of surprise, right? I thought I kind of knew who this guy was, as far as being a edgy new atheist, kind of vaguely anti-SJW account. And it looks like, in the time, like I don't really know that much about him, because he's, from before my time, but he's changed to some degree, right? And is actually criticizing Vaush from the left, along with the rest of DFF. So it's kind of interesting. And Cavernacle had a video about him. So since I don't know anything about the old school, like where, the early content, I thought that might be interesting to watch. I also know that there is a interview with Vladimir Putin by none other than Tucker Carlson. And that might be interesting to watch too. It's like a 2-hour thing though. So what sounds interesting? There's a lot of ones in chat. A lot of people love the Cavernacle. Yeah, really wholesome, good content.
It's 1992.
So how about this, chat? How about this? After we're done putting our ones in chat, because a lot of you seem to know about the Cavernacle, and that's a good thing. Give me like a just write like write Cav if you want to see me react to the Tabernacle, talking about the amazing atheist back in the day, and write Tucker or Tuck if you want to see the Tucker interviewing Putin content.
Wake up to the smell of cinnamon.
Wait, why not the smell of gay sex?
Come downstairs and you're rubbing your eyes.
Wait, what are we talking about here? I thought we were talking about gay sex.
You wake up to the smell of cinnamon. You come downstairs and you're rubbing your eyes, and there's Mom. Cinnamon buns fresh out of the oven, icing on top. Oh, by the way,
we'll just take a look at what Tim Pool has to say about gay sex while we're waiting for the vote on Tabernacle versus Tuck.
So made French toast, bacon sausage. Your dad walks in, says, "Hey, champ," puts the paper down on the table and says, "What's going on today? We got a game." "Oh, that's right. You guys are playing baseball."
I thought he was going to say, like, your dad walks in and says, like, "What's this?" And "Dad's found your porn stash" or something. I thought he was going to.
Later. Great. Love to see it. Everybody smiles. The dog runs in and barks. And that's a world that existed for a lot of people and not for many others. But that's the world that I like to imagine we can be, you know?
We can take it back to the bacon and the cinnamon smell and the Folgers coffee that lets you know that your brother is home from West Africa or East Africa in order to rizz up your sister.
Comes in and makes a snide comment to brother, and brother laughs, and the parents, ha ha ha, like a good old sitcom. Like a good old sitcom. That's who I envision.
He's literally, yeah, this is some Archie Bunker shit right here. Actually, no, Archie Bunker was making fun of guys like Tim Pool.
Vision we can be. And then, you know, as the days pass, snow begins to fall, presents under the Christmas tree, and we work hard. And
he's like offering you a Norman Rockwell existence here.
Their struggles and their challenges and their war. When we talk about things like this, about how good it could be in this country, or that dream of a family enjoying a good Sunday morning breakfast and bakery fresh cinnamon buns, well, made by Mom, I should say, not bakery fresh. There is conflict and there is crisis.
Whoops. We gotta keep Mom in the kitchen. Mom needs to be either in the kitchen or pregnant at all times. We cannot let Mom have her own life, right? Her life has to revolve around her husband and her children.
There is fear and there is war and there are nuclear bombs and there's the expansion of communism. The darkness existed on this planet for a long time. But we can still dream, can't we? Of a beautiful future. Anybody could share in it. It's the American dream. Instead,
we have gay sex. You cannot have the gay sex and the American dream. Either gay sex will be in the Capitol or the American dream will be in the kitchen with Mom constantly making those cinnamon buns and the sausage.
Ladies and gentlemen, a
woman's work is never done, especially when, she's a victim of the tradwife industrial complex, I guess.
Come before you today at 4 p.m. to talk to you about the potential for a future where we can share bakery fresh cinnamon buns. In fact, I must tell you.
Yo, he's all about those cinnamon buns.
From the Daily Mail. Capitol Police will not charge Democrats' aide who made viral gay sex tape in a Senate hearing room. Suspects
How does he go from this to this? How is this connected to the... We gotta get rid of the gay people so we can have cinnamon buns? So we can shove Mom back in the kitchen again?
Refused to speak with investigators despite there being no evidence of a crime, police reveal. I just want to say, filming these videos in a...
BCAT case says, I'd do some crime for a cinnamon bun now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about crime. I can't say that on stream, but yeah, I don't know. I'm hungry too. I didn't eat all morning because of the disgusting story that I was trying to cover with Vaush. The thing that got most likely is going to make sure that this video stays demonetized.
Public building violates like 5,000 laws. But instead,
5,000 laws. That's the most illegal thing you can possibly do. Gay sex in the Capitol building. How dare you?
Of that beautiful morning. It still exists, by the way. Families still wake up and make cinnamon buns or whatever. I'm just being silly. This is the news we get, and this is what our country has become. This sick, depraved scumbag. I don't care.
They just had sex and filmed it, Tim.
Gay. Having sex in the Senate building. And apparently more than one.
Does he think that this is the only person to ever have sex in the Senate building? Does he really think there's no sex in the Senate building? Like, might I remind you of Senator Larry Craig, right?
And for this, there is no penalty. He just resigns.
A man with a very wide stance.
I'm sickened by this stuff. This is what your country has become. The U.S. Capitol Police announced it will not charge a Democrat congressional aide who was fired for filming a gay sex tape in Senate because no crime was committed. Oh. But when these Capitol Police scumbags open the door and let people in, that's the apocalypse. That's right. You know, who can forget old lectern guy? They called him podium guy, but it's the lectern guy. And what did he do? He picked up a lectern, carried it, and put it down some 10 to 30 feet or whatever. I don't know. And the media went nuts. How dare you?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Having gay sex in the Senate, meeting room is the same thing as breaking into the Capitol building to hogtie representatives and senators. It's the same thing as running down the hallways chanting "Hang Mike Pence." It's the same. How dare you? How dare you not charge this person for their X-rated clip?
My stars and garters, a man carried a piece of furniture.
Wait, did he say stars and garters? Did he say garters? Does Tim Pool have a garter belt?
And for this, he should go to prison. This guy filmed a gay sex tape.
Oh my God.
And nothing. Where's the outrage?
Where's the gay sex?
Bowman.
On the tape.
Pulled the fire alarm. Disrupting Congress. Disrupting Capitol governmental functions. Slap on the wrist.
It didn't disrupt shit.
You know what, man? This one here is the most egregious thing.
He's in his burlesque era? Yeah, I guess.
This guy should get 20 years.
Whoa, he's really pissed off about this gay sex that's going on.
I mean,
that's getting in the way of his cinnamon
he
buns.
should get an exorbitant
What is the connection in Tim Pool's mind between gay sex and cinnamon buns? I wonder.
prison sentence. And I'll tell you why. I'm a man of logic.
A man of logic.
Sometimes
you can tell he's got to wear this cap to keep all the logic from escaping.
You know, I'm not. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. My point is this: I don't believe prison is.
Yeah, gay sex is exactly what January 6th needed, right?
Not retribution necessarily. A little bit. Right? Obviously, emotion plays a role, but we need to figure out how to stop bad people from doing bad things. We also need to think about deterrence. In some instances, depending on the punishment, it can be a deterrent. Our current system is not. I look at Singapore and...
Oh my God.
People. Oh boy.
Well, the problem with Singapore is that we really need to question the loyalties of their CEOs, right? If you got a CEO from Singapore, you really need to make sure that that motherfucker is not a member of the Chinese Communist Party, that he doesn't have a Chinese passport, that he is not actually somehow Chinese. Like, we got to interrogate this guy, right? Like, don't forget that just because Singapore is this fucking libertarian wonderland, that we can't still do like McCarthyism on CEOs from Singapore.
I believe that's a deterrent. Kind of crazy, isn't it? Nobody fears being locked in a box.
Getting mom back in the kitchen will fix gay sex. Yeah, it's because the kids didn't get enough cinnamon buns, right? They didn't get enough sausages. If they had had that sausage growing up, they wouldn't need that sausage when they're an adult.
Put you in a box and lock the doors because for one, you're innocent until proven guilty. If you're proven guilty, okay, then we're going to lock you up. We want humane treatments of people who...
Do we have a consensus though, chat? Do you want Tucker goes to Russia, or do you want Cav? Do we get like a count of those votes? Tabernacle or Tucker and Putin?
Have been removed from society for doing wrong. And a person who commits a crime should be removed from society because we don't want them to do it again. Depending on the severity of the crime, then they get more time behind bars. Retribution plays a small role because people need emotional satisfaction. It's what makes us human. But I don't believe it should be the defining factor in why we lock people up. For this man, I believe he deserves 20 years for desecrating our capital.
Tim, he didn't defecate. What are you talking about? Oh, desecrating.
Building. And for,
there's a lot of cav in chat. There's a lot of cav.
Biological waste hazards.
Biological. He's like, yo, like, I don't have anything against gay men, but goddamn, they are dirty. What they do is wrong. Lord, please save us from this homosexuality. Please get us back to the kitchen. Please push mom back in the kitchen so she can make that make the sausage, so that the young boys growing up can have all the sausage they need fed to them by their mama and not crave the sausage when they are adult men.
Listen, these guys are having gay sex.
Yes, they are, Tim, and you seem very fascinated with the fact that these men are having gay sex.
In a public place, there's going to be biological material. It's going to have to be bleached.
Yo, he's like, they didn't clean up their...
Scrubbed, and I bet you they didn't do anything.
I bet they didn't clean it up. I bet they just like... I bet they just came all over the... Oh my God, Tim.
I bet you they have not brought in cleanup crews to bleach and scrub and clear that place out.
You need a special cleanser when gay sex happens there, apparently.
Imagine what else is going on there. Imagine how many times they've done this before.
Imagine what else is going... What do you think else is going on there, Tim? Tell me more about...
For those calls,
your fantasies.
This guy should be in jail for a long time. But
they sprayed and prayed.
It is mostly about maintaining confidence in...
What about Marjorie Taylor... No, not Marjorie Taylor Greene. What about Lauren Boebert's visit to the Beetlejuice musical live performance, right? Is that okay? Because that's, straight people doing straight people thing. Is that all right because of that, right? Because there was like did they bleach that seat? Did they clean that up? Did they do anything to... No, of course not.
System. The crime...
Because Lauren Boebert's date was wearing the J.O. joggers.
Committed here is one of the most egregious crimes a person could commit in this.
It's one of the most egregious... What are you talking about? We had an attempted assassination of the vice president in the halls of Congress not so long ago, and this guy thinks this is the most egregious crime. I can't believe these gay men had sex and...
Country. Murder, of course, being way worse. Rape, of course, being way worse. But what I'm saying is, most laws are like, trespass, shoplifting, driving without a license, whatever. Those are all like, the average crime does not reach the level of two men having gay sex in a Senate building.
The fuck? There he goes. It's gotta be, we gotta mention that it's gay sex, right?
Creation of everything we've built and are trying to maintain. If a man can get away with this, then what respect do we have for our institutions? And why should we believe they function? This is the important point.
The fuck?
If a man can go into the seat of our Senate, to a Senate building, and film a gay sex tape, which does break the law, and get away with it, there is no system. There's none. There's nothing. There is no law enforcement.
I'm glad that Tim has his priorities straight.
It is just, leave me alone. And that's where we've come to. And that is a fault of liberalism. It really is. Classical liberals, I love you. We agree with you on a lot of things. I'm fairly classically liberal. But this idea of live and let live has turned into leave me alone. Leave me alone's fine. Don't try to...
No, you're all about the leave me alone when it comes to vaccines, right?
The message. But without duty and responsibility, this is what you get. In that vacuum, communists have taken over.
The communists.
So if you are a guy who walked up to the Capitol on January 6th, no barricades, they'd all been removed. You're on the other side of the building. There's no riot. The riot's over. And there's a cop smiling, waving you in, which happened. There's video of it. And you walk in and say, what's going on? You will go to prison. If you're a journalist like Steve Baker, documenting what's happening, you work for the Blaze, you will be arrested and charged, or at the very least, they will make those attempts.
Was he talking about Canada? This is the.
Not been. I don't believe he's been formally charged yet, but they're threatening. They're threatening him, and they're draining his resources.
They're draining his manly fluids.
But this man, nothing. And it's because the live and let live people have allowed communists to live and let live. And sooner or later, they don't let live. You live in this.
Tim Pool Loki just said that he wants communists put to death. We've allowed them to live for too long.
Ethos, under this ethos, where
he wants that Jakarta protocol.
You decide, leave me alone, I'll do my thing, you do yours. And this is what it turns into.
God.
Individuals who literally
Chad, I'm like eating garlic, and it's like, it's very spicy. I was about to eat a second clove of garlic, and then I realized, you know what? I'm good. I'm fine.
Great.
Oh my God.
Your places of governance and your places of worship.
I'm like breathing garlic now, like a dragon.
When you push back, they'll say, hey man, I don't bother you.
Like a dragon of chaos.
You don't bother me. And what happens? The right, classical liberals, they say, I don't want conflict. I will back off. Well, Donald Trump, he came around and he said, no, we're not doing this anymore. And that's why a lot of people voted for him. But I got to tell you, it's going to take you being active in your community, speaking up, and calling this out.
Getting books banned.
I'd like to give this man, Aiden, my thanks, to be completely honest.
The communists are 5G.
I'd like to thank him. Because now, whenever I'm hanging out with a liberal friend of mine or family member, I'm going to show him the video. Oh, I know.
Yeah?
Oh,
yeah. Oh, wow. 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 You're going to be like, hey, you liberal? You want to see something cool? You want to see something hot? Check this out. Do you remember, I don't know if chat remembers this, right? This is a deep cut, okay? But Uganda passed some really scary, like, anti-gay legislation. There was, like, persecution of gay people in Uganda. And there was this one preacher who was, like, leading the charge against gayness, right? Expose all the names of the homosexuals. It was like a witch hunt against like, gay people, right? And to show his fellow like, you know, his parishioners, because this guy's a preacher, right, to show them how bad the gay stuff really was, he screened gay porn in his church, in the pews. He projected scenes of gay sex up onto the screen, and then narrated the different sex acts that he was identifying, and you know, to get people, you know, all up in arms about homosexuality, right? Like, this is what Tim's talking about. He's talking like Bishop Pastor Martin Sempa here.
Let them all. When who was it? A senator read one of these graphic books they put in schools, and the left mocked him for it. Oh, please talk about how I'm going to show all of my Democrat family members, your guys.
Didn't Marjorie Taylor Greene did this too? Didn't she have a big picture of Hunter's hog? Wasn't she trying to bring like Hunter's hog to the floor of Congress and show everybody? Show them what he can do with that hog?
A sex tape. Oh yeah. I'm going to say, here's what Democrats do in the Senate building.
Here's what Democrats do in the Senate building. Do you find it hot?
And
Tim's got I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is like, you know, repression, suppression, what's going on exactly with Tim Pool, but he needs to deal with this. He needs to deal with whatever this is.
I want them to be angry about it and disgusted. And I'm going to say,
proving the Dunning-Kruger effect in real time.
I view you the same as this guy.
You're like this gay guy having sex in the Senate. You're the one showing gay porn, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Because you won't do anything to stop it. And when you say things like, well, obviously we're not okay with that. It's just, you know, Donald Trump, shut up. Donald Trump can say.
Donald Trump never had gay sex in the Senate meeting room.
Grab him by the pussy all day and night. And fine.
Yo, you think that? Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. Not that he was describing sexual fucking sexual assault.
Crass, But this...
That's crass. That's crass. He's a fucking predator. He's a fucking predator. Like, a court has found that he raped somebody.
That's the world you want to leave to your kids? Okay. That's your fault.
This is a huge self-report. I'm not sure exactly what he's reporting, but either that he's just really got issues with like the existence of gay people or maybe something else. I don't know, chat. I can't tell. I'm not a mental health professional. I'm not a health professional. I can't, diagnose what's going on with Tim Pool, but I will tell you, it does not seem to be nothing.
A lot of people are now saying that insurrection greater than erection. Ha 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 ha.
What?
Man, this really...
He's really bothered by this. He's gone off for 15 minutes on this shit.
This is dark.
Damn.
No charges. Okay, let me tell you, my friends.
He wants to burn them at the stake.
Berkeley County, West Virginia, they have many laws in the books. In fact, it is illegal for a man and woman to cohabitate a building if they're not married. They cannot engage in lewd and lascivious activities in public either, which means if you're not married, you best not be kissing. They had a drag show at the Pride event outside of where we're setting up our coffee shop. It's funny because I hear that people in Martinsburg, West Virginia, are so excited for us to open our coffee shop. And I'm like, yeah, well, I'm having second thoughts. Y'all had a Pride event on Queen Street where a drag performer brought children up onto stage, which is illegal. Where's law enforcement? So I'm supposed to invest in this place where y'all commit crimes in broad daylight in public. And they Jefferson County, which is the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, has explicitly forbade. You cannot have children at drag shows. It's an adult performance. It's sexualized. There's a line.
Drag just implies that you're wearing clothes that don't correspond with your gender identity. And not even that. In fact, I wouldn't even say that it's limited to that, right? It's a performance. There's many types of these performance. It is possible, and in fact, in these cases, when you're complaining about drag performers, you're talking about non-sexualized performances. You're talking about very theatrical stuff.
In Berkeley County, which is just next door, they do it anyway. Despite the fact West Virginia says public displays of lewd activity are not allowed, and it's aggravated if children are present. Okay, so any one of these cops could go and shut it down and say, this is a lewd activity. Let me tell you, my friends, under Section 230, this is the law that they use to censor conservatives and anti-war leftists and post-liberals on social media.
Did you say post-liberals? Post-liberals? Is that just IDW? What is post-liberal?
It says that they're allowed to...
I know what post-left means. What is post-liberal?
Censor, to curate content so long as for the purpose of removing obscene, illegal, lewd, etc. And so these companies have decided...
What kind of sussy baka watches this and says, damn, Tim's spitting facts?
That hate speech is obscene, and it is lewd, and they can remove it. And they can't be held liable for any speech on their platform because this gives them their clearance. The left is willing to interpret the law as they see fit to weaponize politics and ideology, or to weaponize big tech platforms. The right's unwilling to do so. When you can't get West Virginia to at least shut down.
Oh, wait, chat. I forgot to offer you one more alternative before we get into the next, because it seems like you voted for Cav, and I'm fully willing to watch some Cavernacle with you. I don't get to watch nearly enough of Cavernacle stuff, so. But we also have the Sitch and Adam Foreign Man in a Foreign Land thing that I started and never finished. Are people more interested in that or more interested in the Cav?
Children? Even though it's on the books illegal? What should I expect? Republicans are weak and pathetic. Man, these Democrats, they should hope and pray and beg that I am not governor. The things I'd be doing as governor, oh boy, I don't know. I'd probably get impeached in 2 seconds. What would I do? The first thing I do is
the first thing you'd do is you'd have gay sex in the Senate meeting. No, just kidding.
To the AG.
But he's making me wonder. He's making me wonder.
Talk to him and he's like, well, this is
I've never had these thoughts about Tim Pool before, but I'm going to say it's not impossible. Gaming vid, please. Gaming vid? Wait, you want a gaming vid? Please go tell me more. Post-liberal is people like Sohrab Amari and Patrick Deneen, socially conservative sock dems. Ew, we don't need that. We've already got MAGA communists and Pat socks, and we socially conservative sock dems. I didn't realize there was like a third position of liberalism.
To the DAs, don't care. I would go to the head of all.
You would make some sticky buns.
The next time we see something like this, and you do nothing about it, you will regret it.
Oh my God.
And what does that mean? Well, for me,
here's what that means to me, okay? Republicans went after Bill Clinton's sex life. And you know, there's sussy shit about Bill Clinton, but that's not what they were after, right? They were after like the idea that the guy got oral sex in the Oval Office, that he had desecrated the Oval Office, right? There's precedent for this before, and the American people largely reacted with like, I don't care. You're not talking about anything important. And this was generally, you know, a falling down for the Republican Party.
That side of politics is I'm going to name and shame the next time they allow something like this to happen. And we will campaign.
We will campaign against gay sex ever happening anywhere.
I would say we want criminal charges. I would personally come down to Berkeley and I'd hold a rally and invite everybody, come here, and we will protest against this. I will instruct law enforcement in any capability that I have to investigate, to do a lot. What's CBP doing over there on Route 340? We know that Customs and Border Protection are involved in human smuggling on the border in Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Probably California, too.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, you're talking about the foreign man video. Yeah, so we were watching not just the foreign man video, which we watched a little bit of that, but we were watching Sitch and Adam complain about how the problem is not gamers being racist, being like, you know, anti-black and anti-brown racist, right? The problem is with foreign man in a foreign land being racist against gamers, right? That's literally what they're arguing. Some high quality intellectual dark web bullshit.
And what? They can just operate this large human smuggling facility? Weak. That's it. They're weak. So it's funny. Because I get people hitting me up saying, would you like to meet with these politicians or that politician? Sure. West Virginia. Florida's doing better. Ron DeSantis is doing a good job.
What do you think, chat? Will Tim Pool get elected as governor of West Virginia? He seems to be talking about it.
On this stuff.
I feel like, now, I could be wrong about this because I felt this way about Donald Trump too. Right? I don't think that Tim has got the work ethic that it would take. I think that he likes the idea of fantasizing about power, but the actual day-to-day of running a state's government from the executive branch, I don't think it's something. Yeah, 50 state sweep, right? Yeah, he's the guy that called it.
Now that he's not running for president,
he's the one that called it.
More things have improved quite a bit. West Virginia needs to get its act together. 80.
Yeah, he needs to get caught having gay sex.
Trump supporting. Ain't nobody is down with this stuff. This guy should be in jail. Whatever, man. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 6 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out.
Wait, why is he talking about West Virginia? I don't think that, like, so, like, this is, DC is not under the jurisdiction of West Virginia, is it?
Yeah, and I'll see you all then.
Okay, thank you, Tim. That was great. Okay, so since I didn't hear a lot of, I did hear one person was like gaming vid. Anybody else think that? Anybody else that would rather see a little bit more of the Sitch and Adam going over foreign man in a foreign land? Otherwise, well, I'll just put on Tabernacle because once the blood sport starts and the mudslinging happens, Tim's not that guy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly, Firebird. Two right-wingers stitching at him, responding to that.
I've spoke about the amazing atheist, aka TJ Kirk, in a couple videos over the last couple months, and he has an interesting YouTube career to dissect. But something people kept telling me is like, you've got to watch this guy, he's not like how he used to be, he makes good videos now. So I went in with some expectations, and I thought about making this video in general and calling it, you know, the amazing atheist's evolution. And in my head, I thought it was going to be talking about how a guy who used to run like this atheist, skeptic, anti-SJW, anti-feminist channel, how he kind of changed and now he's all the better for it and he's very progressive and everyone should subscribe to him, he's totally unproblematic. Well, what I found really was a guy who's actually been fairly consistent in his views throughout the over a decade he's been on YouTube. And although he has good takes about often atheism, capitalism, sometimes mainstream politics with his, you know, Bernie support and everything, he still has some very problematic views, mainly on racism. And I think this stems a lot from his, I guess, libertarian origins. He doesn't seem to like humanity too much. He says he's an individualist. But a lot of his videos on racism, even from like 1 year ago when he went on these Vaush streams, which, you know, Vaush was saying how he's changed and stuff, they're very bad and problematic. And for a guy who seems to, you know, say he acknowledges that systemic institutional racism exists in America, he also kind of seems to totally deny that. And he keeps talking about being colorblind while acknowledging a lot of people who are bigots say this. But then he trots out a lot of the arguments that they often use. So today what I want to talk about is his evolution, the through lines you see throughout his career. And then to finish off, if you want to stay for that part, I do want to talk about his problematic views on racism. I'm going to plug my social medias and Patreon for about a minute. Skip that if you're not interested. But before we get any further, a lot of my work on this channel is demonetized because when you're covering more serious, sometimes edgier topics, YouTube doesn't like this. So if you
I know that.
Ever enjoyed
We've dealt with that today.
Work, please consider becoming a patron.
And don't worry, Chad. I'm taking this one for the team.
Pledge a crazy amount. I want to build up my Patreon based on as many people as possible pledging little amounts, like $1 or $2. So if you feel like I have ever brought anything that's worth with all my content and what I'm doing, I also stream 2 times a week, usually on a Tuesday and a Thursday, with all my content and what I'm of the anti-SJW sort of drama channels you see on YouTube today, which I've often argued is actually like an offshoot of old YouTube sketch.
Okay, so I gotta admit, I've only seen TJ Kirk and the Deep Fat Fried in relation to Vaush, right? In their commentary on Vaush, right? And what surprised me was that like what Cavernacle is describing is kind of like my preconception of them, like going into looking at them critiquing Vaush, and to see them critique Vaush apparently from the left, that's what kind of surprised me. That's what made me think, something's changed here, right? It looks like Cavernacle's got a different perspective on this, and I'm curious to see what it is.
It might surprise you that his takes on politics weren't always extremely right-leaning. Now, he said on the Vaush interview that...
Yeah, that's right. Chocolate oranges, and there's so many of them that he doesn't have time to, eat them.
He used to be, a right-wing libertarian.
I am proud of the fact that even when I was initially on my YouTube channel a right-wing libertarian, I never fell for Ron Paul. So I was like... right-wing libertarian, huh? And then it's like, I want to go back to the gold standard. I'm like, has that ever been tried? And I looked it up and it had, and I was like, oh, it didn't work. that's not a good idea. I was like, wait a minute, huh? I thought we were about freedom over on this side.
Now, I don't know if he's abandoned those views in these early videos I'm going to show you. I imagine he has, because he seems to be coming at Obama from the left. But here's an interesting video I wanted to show you before I show some of his takes on, like, the Christian right. He's criticizing Obama for caving on the public auction when they were trying to pass Obamacare, and this was in 2009 during Obama's first year in office, where he had this majority in the Senate and the House. Basically, he just says Obama is just like Bill Clinton, and he voted for him because he thought he was like a tough guy who could get this stuff done. And he also outlines his support for universal healthcare in this video.
His politics are a lot more in line with those of Bill Clinton than they are with those of Che Guevara. Barack Obama, the guy that I supported for president. The word coming out of the White House now is that a public option is not essential for this healthcare reform legislation that they're trying to get passed. Obama is weak, folks. You know, the one thing that I liked about this guy was that I thought he was strong enough to get something done. I don't agree with him ideologically, but at least he's left of where this far right-wing country is going. So I was thinking that maybe he could at least reset this country to 1996 to before the Bush era, and maybe we could try again. When someone calls you a socialist and you're not a socialist, then that's not a person you need to be reaching across the aisle to and saying, yes, my brother, let us compromise, let us work on this together. That's the kind of person that you need to be kicking in the nuts and saying, I don't care what you think. I'm gonna do this anyway. We have a president who lets these right-wing psychopaths walk all over him. The sad thing is that we weren't even talking about universal health care. All we were talking about is health insurance reform, really. And we can't even do that.
So you watch a video like that and you can see on this issue, especially healthcare, he's to the left of Obama and he's criticizing Obama from the left. So when I talk about there being a through line from this type of politics to his politics today, this is what I'm talking about, because this is some of his earliest content on YouTube. Now, like many atheists, around this time, their main fight was with the Christian right in America. So naturally, this made him more opposed to Republicans in America. So that is also something in his favor, that he's had, you know, somewhat consistent politics in some respects. So here's some videos of him talking about like the Tea Party and Republicans.
You know that 89% of us believe in God. 89% want the phrase under God to stay in the pledge. But one of the stories the media covered today is the atheist group that's asking Obama not to use the word God in the swearing-in ceremony. Here we are, and I did it, giving the fringes attention. Why?
Glenn, I live in the South, dude. You can't bully me. I know rednecks. I know that rednecks are racist and sexist and proud of it, and that people like you appeal to them. Now, of course, you would never say anything racist or sexist.
This is like TJ from 10 years ago. Yeah, so he's trying to go, oh my god. He's trying to go over the evolution, right? That's the video's called The Evolution of the Amazing Atheist. So I think he's starting from the beginning and you know, just kind of interrogating the claim that that TJ has come a long way and fundamentally changed from the kind of content that he did back in the day, from his mindset back in the day. It sounds like he has, like, I mean, his, you know, he kind of convinced me with that whole, like, looking at Vaush and seeing Vaush as exemplifying like his worst moments of lack of nuance, his worst moments of like attacking feminists and not in a nuanced way. So, but again, like I said, I wasn't around for this era of Amazing Atheist, so I'm trying to kind of catch up with that. Definitely had an arc. Yeah, Glenn Beck, that's a long time ago, isn't it?
On the air
10 TJs ago.
Who you're appealing to. When you talk all this populist nonsense on your television program or your radio show, you know who you're talking to. You're talking to the bigoted dumbass redneck sitting there at home swilling a beer, not thinking about anything, just sitting there stewing in his bitter resentment. So there was a little gathering, a get-together, a shindig. A bunch of people decided to, just have a big old party in Boston. It was, in fact, the Tea Party, but not the Boston Tea Party, as in the historical.
Oh God, the Tea Party! I forgot about these assholes.
Now exists in America. And
I forgot about these assholes.
Anymore until I heard about this. They had a rally, but it's clear that once again the cops have taken the side of the fascist assholes because they are themselves fascist assholes. So for everyone out there who has claimed that the Tea Party is not about social conservatism but fiscal conservatism, allow this debacle to be your refutation.
Now, if you're younger, it might be a bit surprising that, like, new atheist types didn't always used to ally themselves with the right wing in a bizarre twist of fate, where people like Sam Harris will happily have more conversations with people like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro compared to leftist people. But this is kind of what they used to do. And this was before the crazy stuff to do with Islam that really took off just after the Arab Spring about the
Yeah, like I was telling you, Sam Harris's comment that Islam is the motherlode of bad ideas, right? Him being an atheist, being an anti-theist, being against religion in general, but then carving out a special condemnation of Islam, of being reactionary and primitive, and it becomes racism, right? It's
refugee crisis, even though this was like post-Iraq, post-Afghanistan.
Sam Harris's take just becomes atheism, or becomes racism.
And this was in 2009.
Hello, I'm the Amazing Atheist, and today's video is about feminism. That's right, feminism. Most women don't call themselves feminists, but a lot still do, even though the goals of feminism have already been accomplished. Feminists say all things. They say men are pigs, you know, and some even say men are a biological accident. But I don't really care about any of that stuff because it's really just amusing to me. I don't really care about hate groups as long as they don't get too big.
This wasn't really the start of anti-feminist, anti-SJW content on YouTube, so it's actually pretty hard to find many other anti-feminist videos during his early years, but it's clear he holds this anti-feminist viewpoint to go with his stance on like universal healthcare and being against the Christian bigotry which the Republicans often held. In 2013, he had another video about feminism, and this is when this style of content, you could call it anti-SJW content, really took off on his channel. And I've showed you this clip before. You'll recognize the feminist woman in the video because people stick that on all their thumbnails. Even today, I think it's 8 years later, she's still on the thumbnails of people like the Quartering.
Wait, which one? Is this Big Red?
And he's just talking about how unlikable feminists are for disrupting this men's rights seminar.
There was a bit of a fiasco at the University of Toronto when a group of radical feminists...
Oh, this is Big Red.
...in order to stop...
Yeah, Big Red is based as fuck.
...in progress at the university. You can see a large group of protesters yelling in the hallway just outside the MRA group's meeting, while campus security muddles around like a lost child, powerless to get them to stop disrupting. The fire alarm then goes off, and the feminists cheer like banshees, ecstatic that they...
Like banshees? Oh my god.
...opposing point of view. I think...
Like banshees.
...modern-day feminism. It's basically, there's a lot of these girls and women who are completely unlikable.
Oh my god, this is a Rush Limbaugh take.
And they think that no one likes them because they're women. But really, no one likes them because they're horrible people. And that just strengthens their victim complex. It just, validates it in their minds. Like, see how everyone hates us? That's proof that women are oppressed. No, women are not oppressed.
Now, this fits in well with what I've just made my last video on. He was also a big critic of Anita Sarkeesian, and of course that goes hand in hand with the Gamergate stuff. I actually showed you one of his videos before responding to her, damsel in distress tropes video she put out. Basically, his arguments were really bad, and he's saying that, like, doesn't this damsel in distress trope basically show, women how much men love them because they're willing to go out of their way to, save them or something?
So if that's the case, why is it almost always the male character?
Oh god, yeah, Scout, you were saying, keeping something charged is, like, bad for the battery. I've heard that too, but, like, my laptop, like, it always wants me to register when it like when it tells me like, you know, you should change your settings because keeping your laptop charged like 24/7 is bad, right? So there's like a setting that lets it decharge a little bit or something like that. And every time I try to do it, it's like, yeah, fill out all this stuff or registering your, you know, remember this password that you set that you don't remember. And I'm just like, ah, fuck it. You know, but yeah, you're right. I think that's bad for a device, right?
The female ones.
The Freedom Caucus?
Particularly action games, have male protagonists. And why are most gaming protagonists male? Because males are the primary players of the sorts of action games where these plot devices are used. Most game developers are also male. Taking all that into account, it's no wonder that a male perspective is so prevalent in these games. Is the simple act of telling a story with a male protagonist now sexist in the eyes of feminists like Anita Sarkeesian? I would say that the damsel in distress trope shows how much men love the women in their lives and will go through.
This is such a broke-ass take.
I'd say
this is such a broke-ass take.
Really, I prefer the term plot device to trope in this instance. I'd say the prevalence of this plot device actually says something good about men and male values.
Now, in my video talking about the rise and fall of skeptic YouTube, I had that video of Thunderfoot, an old skeptic YouTuber, basically saying he wasn't one anymore because people like Sargon of Akkad and that type of skeptic were taking over and they were just super toxic. Now, although the Amazing Atheist has been on videos of Sargon of Akkad, he seems to be another guy who kind of distanced himself from like the more toxic anti-SJW skepticism. Now, in a video I'll show you later, he does say that like he is sorry for starting this style of content, but the main thing that's
the video that we watched.
People is that he absolutely has always hated Donald Trump and he supported Bernie Sanders, and he made multiple videos criticizing Donald Trump as like an extension of his anti-Christian, anti-Republican videos, which obviously stem from his atheism. So I will say to his credit, unlike a lot of the skeptics, which he even acknowledges, traded in, you know, making critical content about feminism or like Black Lives Matter or stuff like that, it basically for them was something they could use certain leftist groups and paint the rest of the left for, which he disagreed with as someone who was more left-leaning. Now, I want to play this interview with Vaush that took place in April 2020, where Vaush basically talked to him about his beliefs and maybe how he's been...
Okay, so that's like 4 years ago,
this, like,
almost.
SJW stuff. And then I'm going to talk about his own video 3 months ago where he talks about SJWs again.
It's clear that you have a different history from a lot of the people who started out that way.
Well, so, you know, I don't know if this is to my credit.
That was a lot I just laid on you. I'm sorry. Just, yeah, go however you like.
Absolutely. So, look, I defy anyone to find an anti-SJW video on YouTube that predates "It's Only Sexist When Men Do It," which is a video I made. I don't even remember.
Yeah, so this is what he claimed. He was like,
it's a video I'm still proud of. It's a video that
feels like he started the anti-feminist
widely misinterpreted and
meta
continues to be to this day. The runaway success of that video and the front page of Reddit and, you know, millions of views.
Oh no, it was it took off like an earthquake. It rippled across the entire internet.
That was kind of the thing that started the anti-SJW stuff on YouTube. Now, I don't know if it's, I mean, obviously there was people bitching about, you know, political correctness and stuff long before that, so I can't take credit overall, but I think I take credit for popularizing that sort of content on the platform. But you know, what started to me as sort of a critique of outrage culture has become in and of itself an outrage culture, which is, you know, now you have it to the point where, you know, every artistic decision that, you know, someone in the film is being, you know, loudly screamed about by these man babies who, you know, can't handle diversity in a video game or something.
You know, the minor, like, black guy shown in episode 3, minute 12, second 47 in doorway frame.
This character is a lesbian. Oh, quit shoving this down my throat. So, I mean, it went from being, when I did it, I feel like it was anti-reactionary. Now I feel like it is reactionary. When I did it, it was against outrage culture. Now I feel like it's another tendril of outrage culture. It went from being like, hey, don't use this moral cudgel to control art, to and that's what the anti-SJW is steroids now. It's a moral cudgel to try to control art. And so it became the exact opposite of what, at least on my part, it was intended to be.
So there he says, like, he didn't really know where this anti-SJW culture would go, and that's why he's critical of anti-SJWs, because he sees them as an extension of this whole outrage culture he doesn't like. Now, he also says in multiple videos that he's an individualist, he's a nihilist, he doesn't like people, and he doesn't like the censorship of art. So he feels like Anita Sarkeesian, for example, was wrong for criticising those things. And he actually went into this in a video 3 months ago, talking about, is he like a socialist and stuff. And he actually doubled down. He said he agrees with most of the content he's put out. You know, some things he doesn't agree with, but most of the stuff he feels like he was right on and it was like misinterpreted.
To me, it sounds like somebody who, in his own way, even though, like, you know, he's claiming to be the progenitor of this kind of content, in his own way got sucked down his own, like, right-wing pipeline. Like, has these chips on his shoulder that he doesn't recognize as being reactionary, but that definitely are. And only after he saw the rest of the people glomming onto this content style that he started, did he really start to recognize this as reactionary. But
Sophronius asks,
what made you stop identifying as an anti-SJW? Do you just not want to be associated with Dave Rubin? Or do you think the arguments you made back then were wrong?
I mean, it's not as simple as going back and looking at a bunch of arguments I made over a gigantic period of time and saying, oh, all of that was wrong. I don't think all of that was wrong. I think a tremendous amount of the stuff that I said back then was right. I didn't say the vast majority of that stuff I still equally think is ridiculous today, but the problem is that what I was doing when I started making anti-SJW content was just like, hey guys, look at this. Isn't it ridiculous? And now it's transformed into, hey guys, look at this. Isn't everyone who's politically to the left ridiculous? It's like, whoa, wait, what happened here?
Now, I obviously don't agree with a lot of what he said, but it does kind of play into my argument. This guy hasn't really changed too much. There's always been like a through line with his content. Now, of course, when you're on the internet so long and you make so many videos about all these topics, you probably will have an evolution in 10 years. So he's made like a series where he talks about like liberalism, conservatism, atheism. But the ones I want to talk about quickly as like a segue into the stuff about racism is he made 2 on Black Lives Matter and feminism. So I want to start with the feminism one as an extension of him saying he basically said nothing wrong in regards to certain things like Anita Sarkeesian.
Today we will talk about feminism. Have my criticisms of feminism softened? I don't think they have, but you may feel differently. Let me explain. I continue to maintain that the performative wokeness of some variants of feminism is nothing more than prudish repression and puritanical self-righteousness wearing a mask of empowerment. However, I would approach this subject differently today than I have previously. I do believe that it is important to discuss that feminism, like...
You know, like with his style, with his presentation, I feel like I can really see the influence on, just stylistically, right? On Vaush and on people like Demon Mama, right? Like I said before, my stylistic influences were probably more like Sam Cedar, things like that, and maybe you know, other, maybe the debate streamers were watching stuff that was more like this. Oh my god. Oh.
Christianity is not one monolithic philosophy. There is not feminism. There are feminisms. Some of them have more merit than others. Ultimately, feminism is nothing but an ideological lens through which you can view the world. It is one of many such lenses. And when these perspectives lay claim to being correct instead of just being one way of looking at things, that is when feminism becomes an authoritarian philosophy. If the variant of feminism in question is a relatively benign notion, such as people should all be treated equally and enjoy the same rights and privileges regardless of their sex or of their gender, then I take no issue with that. By that metric, I am and always have been a feminist. This is why I, along with my predominantly male and predominantly anti-feminist identifying audience, raised over $100,000 for a feminist charity helping women and girls in the developing world, helping them access education and fighting for their reproductive rights. Although I and my audience were being lambasted at the time as virulent misogynists, we were raising a considerable amount of money for an explicitly feminist charity. Few of us recognized it at the time, but in undertaking this action, we were all tacitly saying, yes, in this context, we are feminists. I am against the sort of feminism and the sort of feminists that indulge in paranoid delusions of repression where none exist, such as in their crusade to censor art and entertainment that dares to appeal to male heterosexuality.
He's talking about like woke scolds, and what I really think he means is like white liberal feminism, which is something I don't like performative feminism, while not actually tackling the issues that make women unequal to men in the eyes of, you know, a sexist male-dominated society. So I feel like he specifically means liberal feminism and not leftist feminism. But then I'm also really not sure, even through watching all his videos, if he actually agrees with leftist feminism, because he's a big critic of Anita Sarkeesian, who I wouldn't call like this radical leftist feminist, but I also wouldn't call her like a liberal feminist. So she's like kind of like a middle ground. So I'd assume maybe he doesn't so much. But then he admits like saying feminism in those old videos I showed you was too broad a brush to paint this whole movement. And he's saying like, you know, when they raised money for, you know, women's movements outside of the US, technically they were endorsing feminism, but that also in my head raises some red flags, because we all know atheists like to say, like Sam Harris, women in the West, you're not oppressed. Systemic sexism isn't a thing in Western countries. If you really want to fight for feminism, go to Iran, go to Afghanistan, and really fight for feminism. Which is like, fair enough, they are feminist movements facing more oppression, but you don't have to diminish the plight of women in Western societies because they might have it better than women in Iran. So what have we got from what we've looked at so far? I want to round this up quick before we move on to the problematic aspects. So he's always seemed to be anti-corporate, and that might stem from his more libertarian beliefs. And then he transitions to being very, very anti-capitalist. But he also has consistently doubled down on a lot of the stuff he has said in the past about sort of, I guess...
I don't get the connection between anti-corporate and libertarian.
Of that. And he supported Bernie Sanders. He's always supported like more universal healthcare. Coming from a guy who's the father of anti-SJW content, I, you know, give him a pass on that stuff. But now I want to move into the Black Lives Matter stuff. So here's this video addressing Black Lives Matter, and I'll tell you why I find it problematic. So here's just a few clips of it.
There are, undeniably, those in the BLM camp to whom Black Lives Matter means Black Lives Matter more. But to the majority, Black Lives Matter means Black Lives Matter too. Formalized Black Lives Matter organization, which should be viewed as somewhat separate from the broader decentralized social movement, seems to promote ideals and policies that I find myself generally amenable to. My concern with the Black Lives Matter movement is that it continues to separate human beings by skin color and ask that we all be considered as belonging to a certain group based on nothing more than our ethnicity. I do, however, recognize that when black-skinned people are disproportionately arrested, pulled over, searched, brutalized, and generally given harsher sentences for the same crimes, generally poorer on average, discriminated against on job applications, and a whole host of other systemic racial problems, that the only way you're going to address those grievances is through identity politics, which I hate. In other words, it's hard to be post-racial.
Fucking identity politics. Libertarian in the original sense of the word? Yeah. So libertarian in the original sense of the word is more like anarchist, but that is not a common usage at all. In fact, I almost have to hear something like libertarian socialist if I'm going to associate libertarianism at all with the left. The modern usage of libertarian, unfortunately, has been hijacked by the likes of Milton Friedman, Murray Rothbard, etc. Right, and so it comes to mean this policy that is like a unreformed, like Herbert Hoover, like right way, like at its worst, it's anarcho-capitalist. At its worst, it's the stuff that Sam Cedar makes fun of, just completely unworkable political philosophy. But in reality, it generally means just an excuse to take regulations off the book, to give in to regulatory capture, and to practice supply side economics. And Tabernacle is across the pond, and he's using. Oh, okay. Yeah, because this is the libertarianism that I'm describing, which is either of a Milton Friedman variety or an Ayn Rand variety. Which Ayn Rand is like a cult. You could even say a cult within the cult if you want to regard Milton Friedman's thing as a cult. But regardless, different maybe than what Tabernacle's trying to say. Although I guess we'd have to ask him to really know, right? He's from across the pond, but he's also aware of American politics to a better degree than I am aware of politics in the UK and in the EU. Outside of the States, they just need to give up on the word, but they seem to be clinging on to the meaning of left libertarian. Yeah, if you say left or libertarian, I'll recognize that as.
No one cares about their own skin color or the skin color of others. Racism cannot be destroyed as a social ill. And I fear that even if BLM achieves its goals of making our society more fair towards black people, they will not easily surrender their black identity.
I don't know why he's
like
black supremacist with Black Lives Matter.
That's very Vaush.
I've never really seen any black supremacists really involved in this movement, even the formal organization. It's always been for black equality, and obviously the organization is more like Marxist leaning. I don't know why he's throwing that in there. I have not seen that. That's more like, some radical parts of the Nation of Islam, for example, and maybe some black Israelites. I haven't really seen that in mainstream Black Lives Matter discourse. And also, this is a real problem he has about colorblindness, and he's talking about he's afraid that if Black Lives Matter succeeds in its goals, it can't give up its black identity. Now, this is pushing the identity problem on black people primarily, because I'm going to get into this a bit more. Race is a social construct. Put labels and connotations on groups of people, creating race in the Western world. And that's a legacy of colonialism, which African Americans being like black African Americans, that's a label that, of course, they've adopted because a lot of them cannot trace their lineage back to Africa, because they were obviously sold as slaves to British people, Spanish people, and that's a massive problem. So they adopted a new identity, and that's when Vaush was talking about black versus white nationalism, saying they're quite comparable. Why I and a lot of others rebuked that, because it's black nationalism makes sense in this context of America, that it's nothing to do with black supremacy or anything to do with ethno-states. It's about this form of nationalism that applies to black people who often cannot trace their ancestry or where they've come from. When they were brought over as slaves, that erased their familial background, essentially. So we can stop seeing each other as racial groups when we've actually solved the problem of racism. If Black Lives Matter get their goals of more equality for black people and reparations and everything like that, racism is still not gone away. You've got to keep making progress, and that includes things like education, which there's a war on in America at the moment, with this fear-mongering about so-called critical race theory being taught to primary school kids.
This is a completely wrong and ignorant understanding of racism. Nothing about his framework is related to dismantling white supremacy. Black people will be left alone while white men... Oh, sorry, let me read the first part of that comment. We could just discriminate against white women. Everyone would win at that point. Black people will be left alone. White men will have someone to oppress, and white women... Wait, what is this? This is parody? Oh my god, I almost threw Vaush back on accidentally. You could see that trying to come back in.
Now, I think that's symptomatic of a
Dead
larger
ass.
problem he has with racism. And to be honest, after being recommended this guy so much, I was actually pretty shocked at what I watched. Because his stuff is all fairly recent, like the last year or so. Maybe stretching nearly to 2 years as well. But he even said in the Vaush interview, you shouldn't discount being like colorblind. And he feels like that's been unfairly labeled as something only bigots use.
I know that you don't agree with what I'm about to say, but you know, I really feel like the whole color blindness approach has been dismissed too readily, because I just don't see how you actually solve these problems in the long term. As long
This seems to be like a TJ coming at Vaush from the right. Pretty clearly.
That's the thing is you know,
remember, this is 4 years ago.
Colorblind, you're disregarding. If you don't see race, then it's pretty hard to see racism, right? So that's kind of like the problem. But
see, even
at the same time, I do feel like
even Vaush knows better than this.
Towards
maybe
someone being black or someone being trans or someone being, you know, whatever. If you don't work to a world where that's not even a fucking factor in your appraisal of them, then I just don't see how long term you solve those problems. So I don't know how you find a balance there.
Now, his first video he uploaded on the 1st of February 2019, he's basically responding to a black creator who's saying that you cannot compare Irish indentured servitude in America to the
30 minutes left
slave trade, which, you know, as a Irish person, I totally agree with, but Amazing Atheist TJ Kirk seems to have a lot of issues with that. He seems to have a lot of issues when it comes to slavery itself, which I find really weird. So first off, in this video, he defends the argument that white people make that black people essentially complain too much about the legacy of slavery, and it happened like over 100 years ago, so what's the impact today?
I don't feel like the argument is black people complain too much about slavery. I feel like the argument is that black people continue to blame their current socioeconomic problems on the institution of slavery, which hasn't existed in more than a century. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's more what it's about, right? I mean, yeah, it's more about that.
It seems like the Amazing Atheist is just very ignorant of American history. But basically, if you know your history, you know that because of the death of Lincoln and things like that, Reconstruction of America really, really let these old power institutions of slavery stay around. Then you obviously had it, you know, codified into law, things like Jim Crow. And even after civil rights was passed, you still have obviously the legacy of that in society, and then institutionally you still have, you know, racism in terms of the criminalization of drugs and the war on drugs, and the private prison industry, for one thing, basically making money off holding black people captive for minor non-violent drug offences. And then of course you also have prison labour, where these disproportionately minority groups in prison have to do very dangerous jobs for like $1 an hour, including fighting fires in California and things like that. And that is how slavery has been extended into the modern era for often African American people. Now, I find a lot of his takes on racism just to be generally pretty right-wing. So later in the video, he starts talking about how, you know, you're demonizing white people as evil for inventing slavery, essentially, making the point that slavery has always been around and various non-white groups have enslaved white groups, and then it used to be based on class and things like the Roman Empire and, you know, the Greek Empire and things like that.
But to say there's never been white slavery ever, of course there has. There are white slaves today. There have been white slaves in the past. Now, was it ever codified in the United States of America? Was there ever a white slave class recognized here in America? No. I think what the point is there is that, yeah, what the white people at that time did was gross and evil, but what we object to from a lot of, black intellectuals and thinkers and people who put forth these sorts of positions, what's objected to is this idea that white people invented slavery and it only ever happened to black people, and that's it. That's the whole history of slavery. The history of slavery is white people are evil, black people are victims, the end, and that's how it goes.
But he's totally ignoring the unique nature of the transatlantic slave trade, and I find that pretty disturbing as a guy who's called the Amazing Atheist, because as an atheist, I wish he'd know his religious history a bit more, both in how Christianity was used to create Western racism and also used to justify the slave trade. Essentially, if you look back in the 14 and 1500s of the Spanish and Portuguese, how they justified enslaving African people and not enslaving native people was that the natives had never ever heard of Jesus Christ. They'd never been educated about Jesus Christ. So instead, they should pay their taxes through working in brutal conditions for the Spanish and Portuguese while being converted to Christianity. The Africans, however, they had kind of forfeited their chance because a lot of them had been in proximity to the Middle East and Europe and Christianity, so they deserved to be put in servitude for the rest of their life. And you can even read about priests seeing a lot of the first slaves taken to the Vatican City.
Guys are super fucking racist. International wealth, redlining, Jim Crow, segregation, discrimination in workforce, black people kept out of unions and organizing labor. The death of Lincoln? What? No, the Lincoln wanted... Oh my god, yeah. Human trafficking never ended, even if chattel slavery did, yeah.
And they're saying about how terrible it feels to see these families being broken up, but at least they will, have God's light and go to heaven, blah, blah, blah. And then you also have stuff in Spain about how converts to Christianity who were former Muslims and Jewish people, even their descendants, were never accepted as Christians because it was felt if you had Muslim or Jewish blood, then you couldn't actually be a Christian. And then that's why they got rid of these people, deported them out of Spain, both of them. And then, of course, what you see with the emergence of like an Anglo-Saxon identity in Western Europe and Northern Europe is that they spun this around, said to the Spanish and Italians, well, you lot were all conquered by the Arabs and the Muslims, and a lot of you have dark features, like me, have dark hair, have dark eyes. You probably have some Muslim blood in you too, therefore you guys aren't actually Christians either. So just remember that when we're talking about a later video, that is the formation of modern Western racism, these events. And it gives a very unique element to the transatlantic slave trade in that it was creating a hierarchy of races where Africans were at the bottom of the pile. Then you had the natives, and then you had various other different groups, but white people were on top. And for the Spanish, they were the white people on top. For the English, they were the white people who were even higher on top because they were like more pure and Christian and stuff. So I feel like he seriously needs to have a good conversation with probably an African American about racism and the racist history of America to really understand that you can't just make weird arguments. So I think Amazing Atheist's main problem is that he exhibits a lot of the signs of white fragility, and he doesn't like the definition of racism. Actually,
he's definitely not gonna like hearing about white fragility.
Racism is when you're discriminatory based on race, without acknowledging the hierarchy of races that we've developed in the Western world in the form of racism and how much it extends throughout society. So he uploaded a video, which is about the same time as the Vaush video. The new definition of racism, are you a racist? 3rd of March 2020. Very recent. A lot of you would have been subscribed to me since that day. Think about how my views have been pretty consistent. So he reads this article which gets into this person who's a professor at the University of Manchester talking about how we should expand our definition of racism. And I totally agree with this. So let's listen to TJ read it out, and we're going to get into the rest of the video.
But for me, racism is the belief that, your race is superior. Not even necessarily your race, but that, certain races are superior to others. Certain races are better than others. Maybe it's usually, obviously, the case is usually that if your race is the superior race, So, I mean, it's just like, hey, you're better without even trying. I mean, who doesn't want to hear that? Everybody does. It's great.
Yeah, so this is an analysis that's devoid of...
But
this is an analysis that's devoid of taking into account any sort of power dynamic. And in other words, it's kind of a worthless analysis.
Definitions can miss crucial aspects of the true meaning of racism: power dynamics, prejudice, and structural racism. So, I mean, like, I just read that sentence, and maybe I should.
Wait.
Maybe I should be open-minded about this. But man, I read that sentence, and it's just like,
what? Yeah.
Like,
listen, I'm sorry, but if that's your reaction, this is not your subject for discourse. Right? That's you saying that beyond a certain level, you're unwilling to engage with the subject. This is like saying that the second that, I have to do any algebra, I do not believe whatever you've claimed you've proven mathematically. I'm going to end it at, we're going to end it at geometry or whatever, you have before algebra. Anything beyond that is just like, yeah, you're just not willing to and you, like you heard it. There's not a refutation. There's not that is wrong because, it's nothing like that. It's just like, my eyes roll back in my head and I'm just like, that's like too, oh my God, taking a power dynamic into account when you're talking about, racism, when you're talking about discrimination, when you're talking about oppression. I cannot be bothered. You refuse to engage. Cool. If that's your take, this is not your subject. Get the fuck out. I'm sorry I have to gatekeep like that, but that is the same way that I would, relate to somebody who didn't want to engage with any math beyond a certain level and yet wanted to talk about mathematical concepts. You can't fucking play. If this is too much for you, then I'm sorry. I guess you're not that interested.
My mind glazes over. Like, that would be the point where if I wasn't doing a video about this article, I'd just be like, next. So I guess I'm closed-minded. Professor Peter Wade, a sociologist from the University of Manchester, tells us how racism, that doesn't make sense, tells us how racism, more complex and insidious than the traditional definition, explaining that...
Like, that's just embarrassing. Honestly,
historically existed and continues.
That's just embarrassing.
Against minorities and debilitating their lives in covert and overt ways. Peter tells Metro Co. UK, racism is an ideology and a practice that produces a society in which some people systematically have less access to resources, power, security, and well-being than others. These systemic inequalities reflect hierarchical differences between people originally created by colonialism, which produced patterns of historical inequality that make it difficult for certain people to access opportunities and resources. If our understanding of racism is that it's only when people knowingly believe they are superior, then we are actively ignoring the true insidious ways it operates. It is important to understand that racism is much more than outright thinking one race is better than the other. Most of us probably don't go around thinking our skin is better than the color of other people's skin. Changing the definition of racism could bring the current disconnect between those oppressed and those doing the oppressing. Okay, so I hold the traditional definition that you guys described. And, when you talk about systemic inequalities and lack of ability to access certain resources and stuff like that, I kind of tend to associate those things with poverty.
So TJ seems to reject this definition of racism, one that I would agree with, saying that it's purely based on this definition about.
But again, like, I don't know what time period
and
of TJ we're getting here.
It's the real definition of racism.
So I don't know what his current views on the subject are.
That even if you're not a racist person,
was this from the video that was a few weeks ago?
Interpreted as very racist. Now he goes through them all, talking about like, is he a racist based on these things, and yeah, his takes are awful, like really bad, and I would argue have a lot of racial prejudice in them, and that my definition of racism and the professor's definition of racism, to be very charitable, it just seems like a Western person who's extremely ignorant. So the video has a list of bullet points that says things that don't fit into the traditional definition of racism but still will contribute to it. Now the first one says, mixing up people who seem to be the same ethnicity. Listen to what he has to say about that.
Mixing up
who
seem to be the same ethnicity. So am I guilty of that? Yes, absolutely. Now, when it comes to black men, I could tell the difference between different black dudes. Okay, I got that down. I don't really I don't look at fucking Lawrence Fishburne and be like, yo, it's Samuel L. Jackson. So I'm good at that. Black women, that's a lot trickier. Women in general, though, like it's hard for me to like point like my wife will be watching like some TV shows together or something, or like a movie, and she'll be like, "Hey, you recognize that actress?" I'll be like, "No," and then she'll be like, "Well, she's been in like 10 other things you've seen." I'm like, "Oh shit, really?" So I'm really bad at recognizing women, differentiating women's faces. It's like a gender-based prosopagnosia or something. And I'm really not too great at black women, especially. They tend to be really hard for me. Asians, just in general.
Oh my god! So do we have a date on this?
Like if I love Asian cinema.
I mean, this is not what he looks like now. I don't know how long ago this is. I don't know, like if this is representative of. Yeah, what did you come back to? This is TJ Kirk talking about racism, giving a pretty broke-ass take. It's a Kafernacle video going over the evolution of the Amazing Atheist. Remember, he started a long time ago doing anti-theist and atheist content. Moved on to invent, he says, the anti-feminist video as a meta, and has been sort of a moving target ideologically to a certain degree. But Cavernacle's arguing for that maybe there's been less change than people are giving him credit for. So we'll see how much we can get through of this. Remember, I am on a time limit. I do turn into a pumpkin in about 18 minutes. So if you've got any questions or anything like that, put them in the form of a super chat so that I can get to them, because I am going to be logging off from here pretty soon. This is kind of me taking one for the team monetarily, just because I'm not going to be monetized for this video. The stuff in the Vaush video, it was, it's not. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get dinged with the demonetization bell for this one. That, in addition to Jordan Peterson talking about ejaculation, right? We got that too. This was kind of like not the best stream for monetization, so I'm hurting. And if you want to help me out through any sort of support, through memberships, through donations, through super chats, super stickers, etc., subs on Twitch, bits, anything like that, every little bit helps, because since I am most likely not getting paid in ad revenue for this video at all.
Movies here and there. That's what I'm saying. Especially like a lot of chop.
But it's interesting, and it's worth it, and this is what people are talking about. So I'm here for you.
Differentiating this character from this character, because to me they kind of look the same. But is that, I don't know. Is that racism? I mean, it doesn't necessarily even say that's racism. It says that's contributing to racism. But like, what can I do about that? Like, is there a way I can even, like, do I have to sit down and do like a careful study?
The first thing would be that you acknowledge that this is not just like random fucking shit. This is not just like your eccentricities or your, peculiarities, right? That the first thing would be to acknowledge it, right? The first step would be, and this requires seeing like racism outside the context of just prejudice, noticing the institutional nature of it, the degree to which you benefit from those institutions, right? I mean, I get that there's no perfect, complete, and immediate solution, but it doesn't mean that the problem's not real, and it doesn't mean that that you can just check out
of Asian faces until I start to see the nuanced difference of the features.
Now that is really, really bad. Saying that it's hard to tell Asians apart, saying it's hard to tell black women apart. Is this really a hard thing to do unless you want to stay incredibly ignorant? Like, if you grow up in a diverse country, an area, for example, like I do, it's very easy to tell the differences, even through groups you might see as like similar. And I remember there was loads of people in my school who obviously like had black skin, brown skin, but you could tell the difference often between someone from like Mauritius, someone from Sri Lanka, someone from India, someone from like Pakistan, or someone from the Philippines, or someone from China, or someone from Japan, you could tell the difference.
Oh my god.
These people do look different.
Oh my god.
Tell the differences with white people and where they're from. It's not hard. So I just feel like that is real ignorance on his part and something he doesn't seem like he wants to address. And like I said, I do feel it does come from a place of like some ingrained racial bigotry. Now, he did say he went to an all-white private school pretty much in this video. Now, he goes on to talk about the colorblind argument again, which he believes in. He acknowledges how people can see it's flawed, but listen to how he justifies it, which he has been justifying for
Crystal
years.
SA,
So, I mean, I
super
know that.
chatted $5.
Oh my god, Crystal, Safira, thank you for the $5 super chat. Did you write anything in the super chat? You should be reading it out. Oh no, it's a super sticker! Thank you for the super sticker. Oh my god, I'm gonna die in this game. This is too hard. This is too hard. Let's see if I can
Get the counter argument, but at the same time,
survive.
like I don't think society
To kill this
at
boss.
large ever gets past all of this race bullshit unless people do eventually come around to not giving a shit.
Unless you just... Oh my god,
I
no.
think if you got 100% of people on board with this whole I don't see color thing, that'd be the end of it.
That is not how society works. That is not how power dynamics work.
Police brutality disproportionately visited upon.
Wow.
There'd be no more harsher court sentences disproportionately affecting black people. There'd be none of that. Because no one would ever even think to do that.
So like I said with his ignorance about racist history, it seems to place everything on the individual. Like, if we all just became colorblind, like we didn't care about race anymore, racism would go away. And maybe if we like clicked our fingers and we all suddenly didn't care about this stuff.
It's like
even with someone like him,
Wizard of Oz logic or something.
you can see ingrained racial bigotry. And it's something we all grow up with. If you are a white person growing up in Western society, and this is what really annoys me, you will inherently adopt some racist viewpoints. Not that you'll be some insane one, but definitely you will adopt some bigotry. So in my own life, for example, what I think about most is the racialization of Muslims during, obviously, the war on terror, for example. And as a kid, how am I not meant to absorb a lot of the stuff about Islam, which is being crammed into my head every single day by these racist stereotypes and fear-mongering I get on the radio, I get on the TV. I used to watch this stuff on the news as like a 9-year-old. And how do you think that stuff affects your mentality? And I think the way it affected my mentality is someone who, you know, I went to school with Muslim people, I grew up with Muslim people. But when I got older, it made me more primed for arguments by people like Sam Harris about Islam. And that is something I had to wrestle with as I got into adulthood. Before, when I was about 21, just being like, I do not believe any of that stuff. But that's the way I was indoctrinated. And lucky for me, obviously, because I come from like an immigrant background, and I went to like a very diverse school. You know, where I went to school was one of the most diverse places in London. I was lucky to have that exposure of like different cultures and races, but still as like a white person in Western society, you do have these prejudices. So how do you get rid of that? Well, for me, a lot of it's to do with capitalism. If you grow up in an area like he says, Louisiana, all white school, imagine the sort of stuff you hear there. Imagine the radio, imagine the TV. That is what you've got to dismantle to get rid of racism.
Yeah, it's
as a society and
a
as
process of deconstructing.
Systemically and institutionally racist. The incentive for doing this stuff is because of the power structure where white people are at the top and maintaining that power structure. So it's weird for someone who's very anti-capitalist. He does not understand how intertwined capitalism and racism are, especially in countries like the United Kingdom and America. So it's very frustrating that with his own sort of problematic aspects to his views on racism, he also kind of frames it as like an individual thing. Like, we all just have to stop believing it. But it's so hard to stop believing it for most people when you're indoctrinated in it since birth. And most people will keep being indoctrinated in it throughout their lives, especially if you stay in your bubble. And we see with like the war on so-called critical race theory, this is a reaction to more people learning anti-racism or learning the real history of America and how it's always been this white supremacist state and everything. And that's what we need to dismantle. And we need to teach people education and how we have built this system of capitalism as an extension of racist colonialism, where non-white people were worth far less. And that is something I think leftists in general need to accept. Now, that is my main problem with him, and I think that's a massive problem with him. And if you are a non-white person who never wants to watch this guy, I cannot criticize you for that at all, because these are very problematic stances he's taking, and I didn't even play you most of his videos. These are just a couple I found from the last 2 years. Now, I think this points to a larger problem.
What are we? We're at 9. We're like 8 minutes out from me having to stop the stream.
Being very willing to accept.
But I'm glad we watched this. I didn't.
Anti-SJWs into our movement, especially.
And again, chat.
So you have people.
Again, I don't know exactly how much of this stuff TJ still believes in. I get the feeling that what we just saw was like 3 years ago, unless somebody's got a better, like, a better idea of the timeline. I mean, it definitely looked like a younger TJ, but I'm not sure how much younger.
Who seem a bit more apologetic, like Hunter Avalon, for example, although I do find his switch to be quite abrupt in that he was still collaborating with people like Sargon like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I can't really speak to Hunter Avalon
because I know in my own life how hard it's been to deprogram myself. And I wasn't a far-right reactionary. I was just your pretty average centre-left dude.
I feel pretty bad about what happened to him, but
so much stuff. So then it's not surprising sometimes when we accept these people and people tell me in the comments, amazing atheist, he's great now, go watch him. And then I stumble across stuff like this when I'm watching him. And I think there's a lot of creators, I'm not going to, name any really.
Anybody got a sense of how long ago that was? He's absolutely fucking wrong. He won't even consider white supremacy needs to be dismantled systemically. He thinks it can be forgotten. Yeah.
So the amazing atheist says most of the stuff he said is fine. And that's how, despite him being anti-capitalist.
Okay, yeah, there is, yeah.
You get him saying problematic things like I've shown you in the video. So I'm not saying you can't make the left the broad tent and everything like that, but I think in terms of the creator space and YouTubers, if you're coming over to the left and putting yourself within like the bread tube proximity and you have like 1 million subs, probably billions of views, you have a lot of fame on this platform, so people will automatically kind of look to you as an authority figure. And then of course when you're saying stuff like how bad capitalism is and how bad lots of discrimination is and how bad Trump is and how great Bernie is, people will be very welcoming to you. But then they might also possibly be influenced by your old views, which kind of come through in a lot of aspects, particularly for the amazing atheist case, racism. And when you realize your role in radicalizing people in the past or being part of his pipeline, and you come out of this stuff, it kind of makes
You can see this is an example of the kind of
No,
structure that I'm referring to.
no, we don't want to see this again. No.
A couple other people, but at the same time, being a leftist for me and being on the left is about racial equality, and a big part of that is acknowledging the racist society we live in, not talking about.
Okay, that's enough of that clip.
When that is clearly still a part of our society, the legacy of that.
That's enough of that clip.
Not talking about like being colorblind.
Get the black heart to increase your max HP.
Because that's ridiculous. If we're trying to get.
Well, I didn't actually die there, chat. My game died. The game crashed.
Rid of racism, talking about being colorblind is just a fantasy when we live in this society, and also being very anti-capitalist, but not realizing how that plays into and helps.
The hollow heart is really OP.
Prop up a racist system. Again, these are very legit criticisms.
Scout is taken. Have you gone up against the bone cluster? Because that's what I'm trying to fight there. I'm having so much trouble with the bone cluster or the bone ball or whatever the bone katamari.
I've got with his content, and something I feel like he needs to do a lot better on, especially if he's someone who wants to be like a more prominent voice on the left. It's very great to be anti-capitalist and pro-Bernie, but your anti-racism seems very, very hollow. But overall, an interesting creator to look at, someone who seemed on the surface to have made a radical shift in their politics and had a massive evolution, but when you really dive into it, you can see it's a bit more consistent with that, with some evolution on his social views above his views on, I guess, economics and healthcare and things like that. So you guys told me to check this guy out. I checked him out. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. If you want to follow me on social media, at The Tabernacle on Twitter and on Instagram. Check out my subreddit and Discord if you want to chat and join the community. Also, check out my Patreon. I believe this video will probably be demonetized based on all the stuff I've said. But hey, my JonTron video wasn't, so let's see.
Big mood, big mood. Well, that's cool that we could watch a Tabernacle video. If you're on Twitch, I'm going to send you over into Cosmopolitics right now to say hello. And if you're on YouTube, let's see, when am I streaming next? I'm streaming next on Saturday. That's when I'm scheduled to stream next, unless something comes up where I, like this, where I really have to be on. Yeah, I'll probably take 2 days off and try to get some videos for you at the very long last. Don't worry, I am working on the videos. The problem is they're taking me so long that by the time I get them out, they're like no longer relevant, like the George Santos video that none of you have seen, because YouTube's not pushing it on anybody because well, George Santos is kind of old news at this point. So I'm gonna try to maybe work on something a little bit more recent to bring out to you on YouTube, especially since I lost. I'm assuming that I lost monetization for this one. If you can support me on Patreon, that is something that really helps me out a lot, and it takes a lot smaller of a cut than YouTube or Twitch. That's like, you know, the best thing that you can do. But all in all, yeah, good stream, and thank you all for being here. Thanks for sticking with me through this. I know this isn't easy stuff to deal with, and it wasn't easy for me. I was like queasy in the stomach all morning. So just from and then, oh my god. Anyway, I'll see you again. Oh, there we go. Reading into Cosmopolitics. Oh, look at that. An owned bot. Cosmopolitics has a owned software. I think that's a... I didn't know owned had a... I thought that was... for, what, like overlays and stuff. Anyway, I'll have to figure that out. Much love, everybody, and I will see you again on Saturday. Meow. And yeah, make sure to hit the like. BCatK's got it. Make sure to hit that like button on your way out. Much love, and see you again.